Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa, Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled "What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me?" Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I and Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get.
Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour. As we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashamane and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Genet. And don't forget the summer palace of the emperor. Come prepared to rock Nayabing. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering. And see you there.
My main point is that many people believe that God is in the sky. This is what I was saying. But yet still, many of us, we don't take the time to look up into the sky to see what the message is, because that is the original message. We got to comprehend this. The original book is the celestial academics of the heavens. Not just the sun rising in the morning and setting in the evening, and that represents the crucified Christ that went into the underworld and resurrected. That's the kindergarten level. But again, when you start to understand the celestial academics, nothing wrong with that level. But again, when you comprehend the celestial academics, that's another dimension that you have gone into. So how many of you have the book, The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos? This was written by ourselves. And within the book, Rastafari and the Cosmos, I'm talking about The Heavens Declare the Glory, we highlight the whole aspect of Haile Selassie's connection with the elements, with space, with the universe, again, with the celestial academics. Very, very important. Because now, not just Haile Selassie, but the understanding of the Creator. But what we did, we went through the whole aspect of the zodiac and the movement of the sun, because you see, the story, it is written in the heavens. It is written in the sky. Now, don't be afraid of the sky. Don't be afraid of the heavens. I know that we have been trying our best to get away from slavery. And of course, we were taught that God was in the sky and heaven was up there in the sky, in space. Nothing wrong. Earth is in the sky. The last time I checked, Earth was in space as well. The whole neighborhood of the universe is our playground. We already comprehend that the heavenly energy is within us. You're looking for hell, it's up to you, because it's within you as well. But again, the heavens, which is the firmaments, is the intelligence of the Most High being expressed. I mean, the flower that grows and even the grass in the meadows, that is an expression of the intelligence of the Almighty as well. But we are very fascinated, most of us, with the stars, very fascinated with the planets, very fascinated with the eclipse, very fascinated with so many things. And the story of the Almighty is in the movements of the sun, the movements of the moon, the movements and position of the planets, the constellations, the zodiac belt, the pole star, the polar region, the circumpolar star. There's so many aspects to this, I'm telling you, that is expressed in the heavens. But again, the book, The Heavens Declare the Glory. And as you know, we have definitely launched the Ethiopian history essay competition. If you have not seen the launching that we did a few days ago on the 5th of May, you can just visit the YouTube channel, visit our YouTube channel, Priest Isaac YouTube channel, and you can scope that video. And as you are there, you should subscribe to the YouTube channel. And then when you subscribe to the YouTube channel and you look at the video, press the thumbs up button. Just press it. It's a very simple thing to do, just to press the thumbs up button. Nothing hard at all about that. I'll be very thankful. I appreciate that when you press that thumbs up button. Very good. And then when you subscribe to the channel, make sure you put on your notification bell so you can get all the word sound or the sound that we have something new premiering or something new on the board. So again, and also when it comes to the launch of the essay competition, as I was saying, there is the door open for those who want to contribute to that initiative, especially when you understand what it's all about. That's why we did the whole program on that. Plus, you will find the booklet in the description below the video. When you watch it below the video, there is in the description a link that will take you to a booklet. And the booklet gives you all the details of the launch of the essay competition, what it's about, and the vision for the future. So when you make a contribution of at least 20 United States dollars, you have the opportunity, because we still give back, to literally receive one of our books. It is up to you. It could be The Heavens Declare the Glory, or it could be the book Anu, or it could be the true biblical land of Israel. So within the book now, I'm talking about The Heavens Declare the Glory. We really take the time to explain the movements of the sun through the zodiac characters, and how it is aligned with the scripture and aligned with prophecy and all of that good stuff. And then we also take the time to highlight the divinity of Haile Selassie and how Haile Selassie is directly connected to the character known as Asa, which is Osiris, and how both Asa, Haile Selassie, connected to Sahu, which is the Orion constellation. I hope you comprehend this, all of this in the book, The Heavens Declare the Glory, Rastafari and the Cosmos. Now, again, the science is that the Osiris character, which is Asa, after he was destroyed, or he was cut into several pieces by his brother Seth. This is mythology now. This is the mythos, really, the allegory of what will become reality. Because remember, Osiris is the king that was crowned when 72 people came to discrown it, to this banquet, which we have seen historically in the coronation of Haile Selassie I. And this Asa, king of Ethiopia, born in Ethiopia as well, after being cut into these several pieces, we highlight the 14 pieces and the 16 pieces in our book, and we connected it to Article 16 of the Charter of the League of Nations. And this is because that was the article that was totally disrespected when it came to collective security. So again, all of this information is also in the book. But the point is that the Osiris character directly aligns with Haile Selassie I. Remember, this is amongst the oldest concept of a God figure, you know. We're not playing Sesame Street with Negus and Agassi, man. Believe me, this is the anciency of the planet Earth. The understanding amongst the oldest concept of a God figure is the concept of Osiris, the concept of Asa. And again, I am showing that this is basically prophecy, the allegory of something that will come to pass, which has come to pass in the fulfillment of Haile Selassie I, Empress Menen. I'm talking about Asa and Aset. And at the same time, but the story continued. Remember, we did the program highlighting the visitation of Haile Selassie to Kennedy. And it was one of the points in that video, for those who saw that one, was the gift that Haile Selassie presented to the United Nations of the obelisk, the Teken. Now, anyone that studies their history knows that the Teken represents the symbol of Osiris. The Teken represents the symbol of Asa, the missing body part as such, the missing body part that they could not find, you know, when he was put back together by his wife, Isis, and resurrected by Marcus Garvey. Resurrected by Anpu, which is also known as Anubis. I hope you are following me. But the book is available. Again, The Heavens Declare the Glory. All you have to do is email us, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, priestIsaacInstitute@gmail.com, and let us know you'd like a copy of the book, or again, if you make a contribution towards the essay competition itself, you definitely have the choice of taking this book or another book. But anyway, the point is all of what I'm saying here is within the book, and understanding also made available. So Sahu is the Orion constellation. Very easy to spot the Orion constellation. And the story of Jesus going up into the sky. All of this comes from the ancient theology of the Osiris character, or Sahu, or Asa, becoming Sahu. He ascended up into the heavens and became the constellation of Orion. So that whole science of Christ ascending into the heavens, literally the sky, comes from an ancient theology. And it's not about it being stolen or robbed. It's just a theology that we keep even up to today. That is why others ascended. Elijah went up into the sky. Enoch was said to ascend up into the sky. All sorts of people go up into the sky. Now, whether that be literally so or expressed in a symbolic way, it is seen that again, that the character, the Osa, the Osiris, not just went up into the sky, but became the constellation of Orion, which is Sahu, with one half on the north and one half on the celestial south. So again, because the heavens is the original scroll, the scripture speaks about the heavens rolled up like a scroll. All books of theology are, if you want to say, rendition or versions of aspects of the heavens. It's just reality because it's the original book. Nothing wrong about that. That's the handwriting of the Most High. You see when you go into the place, the Sistine Chapel, you see the work of Michelangelo on the ceiling. Well, this is the work of the Almighty on the ceiling. And that is why, although it's bunched up, especially if you understand astronomy, and this star that looks like it's next to that star is so far away. But from where we are, the angle that we possess gives the impression that we get when we become literate of the heavens, astronomically literate, being able to understand the heavens and the stars and what you are looking at. And then to add the theology to it, oh man, it's just so enhancing, royal family. I am telling you. And that is why I also encourage everyone to be a part of the ancient astronomy course that we do. In fact, those who contribute to the essay competition, $100 and upwards, they will be enrolled. Once you have no problem with it, you will be enrolled into the rudiments of ancient astronomy course. So what we're giving back is basically the value of the contribution that you will be making, and you obviously know that you are contributing to more than a worthy cause. This is kingdom building. This is liberation. Okay, now, to everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook, or email us if you prefer the PDF, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Sign up today for the Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy course and take advantage of our 50% off. The 50% discount is for a limited time, and you will receive the full course for only $99.99 United States dollars. The Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy, professionally done. The graphics are definitely top-notch. Email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Designed for the mature mind and also for the young thinker.
Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa, Tour Shashamani, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Now, let's just suppose that the planet Saturn was in the constellation of Aquarius the day that you were born. Was it? You're not too sure? Well, this is why you need your own personal natal chart reading. But this says Saturn in Aquarius. Another power combination is at hand. And a power combination is when a planet is in the constellation that it rules over. Saturn is one of the planets that rule over Aquarius. Aquarius is also unique as it is the throne of two planets. The other planet is Uranus. This means that Aquarius has the characteristics of both Saturn and Uranus. The properties of Saturn are law, foundation, discipline, structure, and responsibility. These qualities will enhance the characteristics of Aquarius. The additional characteristics of Aquarius are that of Uranus. These are reformation and rebirth. Royal family, remember we still have the 50% discount on your accurate natal chart reading. Email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Remember, this is not just a reading. You're going to get your booklet, PDF form, and also online flipbook with your natal chart reading. Blessed love.
And we are speaking of 1963. The foundation of the Organization of African Unity, 63 years ago, as 1963 aligned with 63, the 63rd anniversary. And interestingly, the very same days are now aligned, for it was a Saturday, the 23rd day of May, where the conference began, and it is the 23rd day of May in this 63rd anniversary where we met the Sabbath day, the Saturday. And it is Monday, the 25th of May at 4 p.m. when the leaders of the free African nations began to sign the declaration that brought forth the Organization of African Unity. Of course, royal family, we greet you in the name of Emperor Haile Selassie I, the Tiger's Temple, in full effect, your humble servant, the Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you, and what we will be doing today as we are celebrating again African Liberation Day. We will be highlighting the reality that we are dealing with the father of Africa, Emperor Haile Selassie I. And you may say, why you need to do that? Huh? What's the importance now? Everybody knows that. Well, first of all, everybody doesn't know that. And those who know, for the most part, did not know that, I am sure, several decades ago. You must keep in mind, that it is us, Rastafari, as a movement, the intellectual aspect of Rastafari that kept Haile Selassie's name, legacy, and achievements on the front line. The conscious community did not bring to the forefront the reality of who Haile Selassie is. It is Rastafari specifically, even the legacy of Marcus Messiah Garvey. We preserved that. We need not be ashamed. And we don't have to wait for anyone to say that, because we would have preserved many things. Even Ethiopia, Ethiopia, and the knowledge of Ethiopia with all its greatness and its own legacy. When it was void from the knowledge of us as a people who was taken away from Africa, it is Rastafari that kept Ethiopia and red, gold, and green and all things that has to do with even Africa in general on the forefront. But Ethiopia specifically, Rastafari, the movement I am speaking about, yes. So in the same way, again, the legacy of Negusa Nagas, the legacy of the King of Kings. Remember, first of all, they didn't want to teach us anything about Africa for sure. But when our teachers came, and again the conscious community began to bring forth this information, outside of Marcus Messiah Garvey, others tend to somewhat forget that Ethiopia existed. Even when we went into the books of our great scholars, again, outside of Marcus Messiah Garvey, everyone else was quite quiet when it related to Emperor Haile Selassie I. J.A. Rogers, he's an individual that stands out. I refer to him as Ja Rogers when he speaks of the greatness of the Ethiopians and, of course, Rastafari. But outside of these individuals, you really find ones even amongst our community as conscious scholars that would speak of the glory of Haile Selassie. And you would have seen in those previous programs that we would have done, at least the last 10 programs directly dealing with Haile Selassie, from the kiss of death and the earth's rightful ruler and the program, the galactic battle with the Pope, and when Haile Selassie entered Windsor's castle and John F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. And what else? We did a few programs, the Meet the Press program, one that we just did recently when he stopped the war in Africa. And I will repeat again, none of these programs were biblically foundational programs where we were just going from scripture to scripture and chapter and verse trying to prove something. No. We just utilize geopolitical history flat and show to the world that we're dealing with Earth's rightful ruler. So again, we didn't know nothing about the Organization of African Unity. And when we began, listen to me good, when we began to get an understanding as it relates to the liberation of Africa and its unity, for what reason or the other, Kwame Nkrumah became the father of Africa. And of course, you know, nobody loves Kwame Nkrumah more than us. But the truth must be told. It's obviously a plot to put Kwame Nkrumah in front of Emperor Haile Selassie. And believe me, Brother Kwame Nkrumah, as they say, Kwame Nkrumah, I don't think he was behind the plot at all. He was quite oblivious to what the wicked was doing. But because they want us to totally forget the glory of Ethiopia and totally forget the contribution of Emperor Haile Selassie I, in their sly and cunning ways, they even tried to pick us one against the other. So now our Pan-Africanist brothers are going to argue about who the real father of Africa is, because they themselves, many, have also been brainwashed. Anyone who's talking about the father of Africa and pretend as if Haile Selassie is not even in consideration, you have been brain scrubbed as well. You have not fully woken up. Trust me. No matter how much dashiki you wear, and kente cloth, and dreadlocks, and beads, and cowrie shells, whatever you have on, and kwanzaa, and whatever you do, if you still pretend as if somehow Haile Selassie is not an important character, you haven't got it as yet. You need to listen more, Mystic Vibration, Tiger's Nest, and Tiger's Temple, to comprehend who we are dealing with here. So yes, royal family, we need to address these subjects, especially at this time, as we are celebrating the 63rd anniversary of 1963, the 25th day of May, 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Monday afternoon, which is aligned again perfectly today. And of course, the old AU, not necessarily the AU. The Organization of African Unity. So we know the history. And it is Haile Selassie that really united, again, showing that unity. The Monrovia group and the Casablanca group. We had no time to be grouping up. We needed to unite. And the emperor built Africa Hall. Trust me, 1963 established it and brought forward his brethren who have recently received their independence. And this is another thing, because what we're going to do today, this is not just about the day. This is about the emperor being the father of Africa even from the time of his coronation. Oh yeah. So 1963 was somewhat of a climax, because it is the hand of the Ethiopian government that was at play in assisting all of these African countries to gain their independence. They would not have received their independence unless it was the strong assistance from Ethiopia, economically, and even militarily, training as well as otherwise, and propaganda and diplomacy and other aspects had to enter into this game for Ghana to get its independence. Even South Africa eventually breaking the chains of apparent apartheid, because a lot of that stuff is still continuing, maybe not as apparent as before. And all the countries, remember, even Algeria and Morocco still had a lot of things they had to clear up, and Haile Selassie had to intervene. All of this is important as we are talking about who the real father of Africa is, and it's a shame. We're not comparing our leaders with each other, brother. We're not into that. We're not comparing mommy with daddy. Don't put that on our door. It is your propaganda and your miseducation that try to divide our family as if one is over the other. It's not who over who, it's just who is who. So you're not going to turn mommy into daddy and daddy into mommy. Haile Selassie is the father of Africa. And the other individual you're trying to put over him, he doesn't agree with that. If Nkrumah could speak now, he'd say, hey, who's the father of Africa? Me? Come on, man. Don't do me that. Negusa Nagas. So what we are going to do tonight, family, we haven't begun, this is just the introduction. What we will be doing is to show with proof, as we would have done for these previous programs, that we're dealing with Earth's rightful ruler, coming from the horse's mouth, Earth's rightful ruler, and in this case specifically, the father of Africa. So remember, family, we have a special offer, especially as it relates to the Ethiopia History Essay Competition. For those of you who have been following up, great success thus far, I'm telling you. We will be giving you another official report, just as we did when we launched the essay competition on the 5th of May. And remember, those who will be contributing, we promise to literally match your contribution with a product or products or a service or services that we have at the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge. So in other words, whatever contribution you make towards the Ethiopian History Essay Competition, so if it's $20 or $50 or $100 or $500 or whatever it may be, we will match it. It is almost as if you're just making a sale. That's to show you how balanced this is. We will match it. You would have to be persistent and say, listen, brother, I don't want nothing. Do you understand? And don't trouble me again. All right, sir. No problem. Thanks for your contribution. But outside of that, remember, we have the ancient astronomy course. Remember, we have the international homeschool program. Remember, we have the natal chart reading. Remember, we have several books that you can choose from, or you can choose all, depending on your contribution. Remember, we have several documentaries that would have been literally chosen as finalists in international film festivals. We have these documentaries available, and you could definitely make your choice depending on your contribution. Remember, we have the subscription to the Tiger's Nest radio program. Remember, we also have even our international tours. I don't know the amount of contribution, whatever it may be, what level of contribution you'll be making, but my point is family, and we have many other things in the wings and things that are coming. Remember, family, that whatever contribution you make towards the Ethiopian History Essay Competition, My point once again is that we will match your contribution with a product or products, service or services. Once again, match it. That means it will be of the value of the contribution that you make towards this worthy cause. And of course, again, for those of you who comprehend, because this is important, this is why marketing and promotion is key, because I have to make you understand what it is we're doing here. Many may hear what we're talking about and really don't get it. And unless I feed it to you, sometimes I have to repeat it over and over again so you comprehend the mission here. You understand the reason why we do what we do. You understand our targets. You comprehend our goals. What we expect to see come out of this. You need to comprehend what stage that we are at, even in this mission, because it's not a simple mission. As I would have said, even in the launching of the essay competition, this is not in the Caribbean. This is not a little 108 square miles. This is not 100 and some thousand people. We're on the big stage right now. Even just the mentality is different. The culture is different. So to get through the doors and to make sure that you can sit with the right people, which again, we would have already begun the process. The language barrier, which we are breaking down the barrier, interpreters and so many other things are needed underground for this mission. This is kingdom building that we are dealing with. You, some of you, may not really see it the way that we see it, but that's okay. I guess maybe I don't see things the way you see things neither. And maybe I have to feed to you what's in my mind. Sometimes, again, you have to be repetitious with it so you can say, okay, I think I get it now. So this is why we take our time. We did a whole program that we would have highlighted and launched the essay competition. If you missed that program, I will put the link in the description below this video again, so you can literally watch the full launch of the Ethiopian history essay competition, so you have a heart-to-heart understanding of the importance of it in this redemption of our people, for sure. So again, even when it comes to making your contribution, the link for that is also in the description below the video as well. And you don't know, you email us, Priest Isaac Institute@gmail.com, and let us know what you would like, what gift you would like to receive, what product or what service you would like to receive that would match the contribution that you would have made to this worthy cause. Remember, this is an ongoing process. This is supposed to come to an end on the 2nd of November. We are just at the beginning stages. And remember, this contribution cry is really for the family, This is the preliminary stages of this. And when we go to the next stage, it's going to be strong diplomacy that will be at work. We have already begun that process of sending out emails and making calls and getting interviews prepared. And we would have already started to interview individuals that are principals of schools, principals of colleges, business people, bank managers. We would have already done all of this, family. This is a daily work. And this is not a small country. It's a lot of work that we're doing here. And give thanks for those of you. I'm telling you from my heart. Comprehend what is happening here. I know some of you criticize and say all sorts of foolish things. You think I'm here playing around. This ain't no joke game, my brothers and sisters. I'm telling you. And I don't have time to be, corresponding with nobody that's in Sesame Street land. I'm doing King Selassie work to the best of my ability. Who don't understand that is just up to you. I hope you catch up sometime, more sooner than later. But for those of you who do, and those of you who are not putting your shoulder to the wheel, I'm telling you straight, that's something you need to look into, because we all got to come together to do this work. And if you're not the, let's say, the pilot of the plane, that's okay. But you got to assist the pilot. Everyone has to do their duty. So I'm very thankful for those of you who understand that. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled "What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me?" Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I to Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac, or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get.
And Royal Family, before we continue, let me just encourage everyone to share this video. You see, Royal Family, we must comprehend, as I said earlier, some come to be entertained. Some come for the edification, which is good. That's great to come for the knowledge and the information and everything that goes with it. But also there's another component, which is the kingdom building. As I said, this is more than talk. This is also walk. This is the action channel here. So if an individual is not putting their hands to the plow in a strong, significant way, as I said, even if it's through contributions or even if it's through patronizing what we have to offer, because all of that is a part of the work, the unity, the teamwork, well, you can at least share the link, share the video. And this is a very simple thing to do. You're watching YouTube, just below the video, you have the options and it will tell you share. All you have to do is press share and a few other options will come up: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, X as they call it now, the Twitter. And all you have to do is press these social media avenues and the video will share. That's as simple as it gets. In fact, the only thing more simple than that is to press the like button. Oh, that's super easy. I mean, anyone that means that they're not pressing the like button, you could give them their medal for the hater of the month. I'm telling you, if you find it so hard just to press the thumbs up, it's just all you have to do is press it. Just press it. That's all. That's it. You don't have to move. You don't have to get up. You don't have to think too hard. And you don't have to type anything, just press the like button, bling, thumbs up. Simple, 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 simple. And that would assist. I think it's better to share, but at least that will assist, according to what they say, the video to get to more people, and more individuals would get the same information that you continually come to get. Isn't that nice? I think that is so wonderful. To me, that's an act of love. Just to press that thumbs up, just to press it. So by now, everyone that is listening, who really has a heart for what is happening here, who really appreciate, even if you don't get the kingdom building part of what we're doing, and you get the edification part, at least that you would press that like button there. It doesn't take anything, it doesn't cost nothing, it's just to press it. You pressed it already, just touch it, and it helps the video to get to someone else. Yes, I mean, if you cannot do that, I don't think there's anything else that you would do. But again, for those who have a little more vibes than just that, again, sharing the video to me is the main thing. And again, you have many avenues that you can do that. Family, this is kingdom building. The edification and the knowledge stage, give thanks, it's not going to pass away, but it's time to step to another level. Give thanks continually for the life given, the keeper of life. Now, we're going to go into the video that is well known, The Lion of Judah, they call the documentary. This was a BBC documentary done in the 70s. And this was the first video I personally ever had of Emperor Haile Selassie. I'm talking before YouTube. And we had it on a VHS cassette, and I received that from a brother named Shanga. And I mean, from he gave it to me, it was mine, and I would watch that over and over and over and over again, delighting in the King of Kings. And at that time, I was just coming in. In fact, I got that video before I accepted Haile Selassie as who he is in flesh, the divine being. But what I want to do, now this is a BBC documentary, and I am telling you, propaganda to the highest level within this, because this documentary makes some statements that I don't want to cover in this program. I'll cover it some other time. But for sure, this documentary makes some statements that are just totally off the wall. But anyway, at the same time, you must keep in mind, one of the points I've been making for the previous programs is that when you take your time to listen to the narrative of the day as it relates to Haile Selassie I, you get a different outlook of him than maybe what you heard growing up. You don't hear nobody talk about him feeding lions and people starving, and no. You see, that propaganda, which came from those who produced the propaganda, went into the heart of our people. But for the most part, you listen to the narrative of the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, you get a different understanding of who you're dealing with. The father of Africa, the peacemaker, the courageous lion that goes on the battlefield, the uniter of the nations, the man that killed the League of Nations. The League was dead. All of these things you get from your British newsreel, from your BBC report, and other reports of that time, France, Germany, all clearly telling you who you're dealing with. But you see, because again of the hatred of ourselves, now we have to be cleaning off all of the lies and propaganda that have been put on the emperor, the stuff that I heard when I was growing up, and many of you as well. So as we enter into this video now, I just want to highlight some of the statements made by the narrator, clearly show you, number one, Yes, we're dealing with the father of Africa, but again, the overall point that we have been making for the past month and a half, that we're dealing with Earth's rightful ruler. Let's listen to some of this stuff here.
These people are waiting for the appearance of a living legend.
So these people are waiting for the appearance of a living legend. And the thing is, you got to keep in mind, a legend is usually someone, when you receive that title of a legend, you would have passed on. A legend, the legend stuff is almost like the sainthood that the church gives to the saint. You got to be dead to be a saint. And that's not the truth, really. I mean, we're saints. But I'm just trying to show you, in the religious world, you get your sainthood after you die. Right. It's almost the same thing as the legendhood, then, if that's the right term. There are very few legends that are living legends. In fact, there are more legends that die than living legends. There's several living legends, you know, that's for sure. But Haile Selassie is highlighted here by the narrator, mark you, as or I should say the reporter, living legend.
Ministers of government, ambassadors and their wives, princes of the church. By now they've probably lost count of the number of times they've waited here at Addis Ababa airport for the same extraordinary man. In a moment, he'll step from the door of this aircraft to a scene that's even more familiar to him. And here he comes, the legend in person.
The legend in person.
And here he comes, the legend in person. One of the world's best known figures and faces, and one that most of us know least about.
One of the world's best known figures and faces. One of the world's best known figures and faces. Now, yes, we all know that now, you know. And again, we got to give credit to Rastafari, the movement. We all know that now. But a decade and a half ago, I'm speaking from experience, give it 2 decades ago. If you want to add leverage, give it 3 decades ago. You make that statement, people ask you, what you talking about?
World's best known figures and faces, and one that most of us know least about. Father figure of modern Africa.
Father figure of modern Africa. Father figure of modern Africa. As I said, there are also some droppings of propaganda in the video as well. So he goes on to say,
relic of a vanishing world, feudal despot and reforming monarch, one of the last claimants to the divine right of kings.
Reforming monarch, and one of the last claimants to the divine right of kings.
The legendary descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
You're talking about the legendary descendant of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, King of kings, Emperor of Ethiopia. Not long ago, Haile Haile Selassie celebrated his 40th anniversary as emperor, and his own people of Ethiopia came to do him honor. But Haile Selassie in his time has been far more than just the ruler of a small African state. He's become one of the great survivors of our day and of
So he's more than just a ruler of an African state. He has become one of the great survivors of today and yesterday. Now, throughout this video, you'll find pockets of statements like this being made. Throughout this documentary, you will find pockets of statements similar to that being made. That he would have withstood then all that has been thrown to him. Listen again.
Of a small African state, he's become one of the great survivors of our day and of yesterday.
He has become one of the great survivors of our day and yesterday. What is the narrator speaking about? Oh, we're going to get into that.
Riding out in shrewd triumph all that the 20th century could throw at him.
Riding out in shrewd triumph all that the 20th century could throw at him. What did the 20th century throw at him? All that it could throw at him. And he rode out in shrewd. Shrewd means wise, wisdom, triumph, to conquer. This is in the 70s now, just before the king disappeared from amongst us. Listen to the narrative spoken of him.
Today, Haile Selassie is courted by all the world. At his anniversary reception, the representatives of 100 nations came to salute the authority of this tiny old man.
So today he's quoted by all the world. You would have never known that. I don't know about you and where you're from, but trust me, you would have never believed anything like that. You would think that this is some lost figure that the Rastaman, gone heads over heel over about Haile Selassie. Quoted by all the world, the representatives of 100 nations. 100, eh? We speak of the 72 that came to the coronation, representatives of over 100 nations came to pay homage to this tiny old man. According to how the narrator puts it.
He was probably the first African leader to be treated by white men as an equal, and the first to be sacrificed by them in the name of appeasement.
No,
he's learned to trust nobody.
Hold on to. He was the first to be sacrificed by them. Yes, I heard the statement, the first to be, treated amongst white men as an equal. Okay. But to me, the real statement is the first to be sacrificed by them in the name of appeasement.
He was probably the first African leader to be treated by white men as an equal, and the first to be sacrificed by them in the name of appeasement.
And what I'm highlighting is just that term, sacrifice. It will come up again. Sacrifice. And although we are dealing with geopolitics here and history, you must be able to balance this off with the understanding of theology, because true theology, true religion as such, is just the manifestation of reality, the manifestation of history. Religion and theology is so strong because it can foresee history and what must manifest. Belief and all of that stuff is a bit different. Belief feeds off of true theology. Belief feeds off of true religion, but true theology is history waiting to happen, and history that has happened as well. In hindsight, and also looking at it from a prophetic point of view. So this is exactly what is taking place here. So when the narrator says he was the first to be sacrificed, that's the point I'm getting at. Just like the Christ was sacrificed, yeah, and even resurrected, all of that will be highlighted here.
He's learned to trust nobody, except perhaps his dog, and yet he's won the respect of the world, for there's no man alive today whose life has spanned so much.
There is no man alive today whose life has spanned so much. He trusts no one except perhaps his dog. He's gained the respect of the world. Give thanks. But there is no man alive today whose life has spanned so much. What kind of statements are these that this man is making here?
Now, in his old age, he's practically the incarnation of the history of our time.
Now, in his old age, he is practically the incarnation of the history of our time. Which Rasta man? Who that? Bongo? Who that attack? That's a BBC reporter. This is a BBC documentary, brother. This ain't bongo nobody. This is a BBC documentary.
Meaning his coronation was attended by men of rank and circumstance from all over the world. The Duke of Gloucester went from Britain. France sent a field marshal. Italy, the heir to the throne. Governors of Africa's colonial territories came to salute the independent African king.
Very important. I mean, we speak of 72 nations and all of that, as was recorded by the tabloid of the day and Time magazine and all of this. But you must consider this, Governors of colonial Africa came to salute the independent African king. Please, family, don't think that simple. Again, this is why history itself is so important. Understanding the time frame, comprehending the age, and everything that goes with it. We all know that Africa was colonialized at the time by Germany and France and who else, and the rest of them, and Britain and even Italy had a little piece of something somewhere. So the European nations would have already had Africa under its grip, except for Ethiopia. And here you have the colonial representatives coming and paying homage to the African king.
Governors of Africa's colonial territories came to salute the independent African king. His own people poured into Addis Ababa in thousands to pay homage to the new emperor. Thought of a new war.
War wars are horrible, and as dangerous as they are horrible.
In the mouth of Ramsay MacDonald.
So in the mouth of Ramsay MacDonald, because after the coronation now, what the documentary said, which we skipped over, is that Mussolini entered the picture. And Mussolini said that the last place for conquests, colonial imperial conquests in Africa is Ethiopia. So this is how you know Liberia is not or was not as free as they want you to think. It was not on the same level. Liberia was conquered by the United States of America, for sure. Listen to me, family. So what Ramsey MacDonald is saying here, as the documentary said, Western statesmen quail or quaked at the thought of Hitler and Mussolini coming together and doing what they have to do and taking over Europe. They were shaking in their boots. So listen to what MacDonald is saying here and listen to the narrator's response as well.
Britain's Prime Minister, the age of appeasement was born.
The age of appeasement was born. Do you understand that? To appease, when you appease. Listen, the League of Nations, this is really what's happening here. The League of Nations has certain or had certain protocols that they are supposed to stand on or were supposed to stand on. Collective security, for surety. So one nation was not supposed to just jump up and gobble up another nation. And in fact, these are the words of this documentary. So when you hear the term appeasement coming now, that should not even be entertained. No one is supposed to appease no one. We're supposed to just stand up for the right. Mussolini, you're wrong. You should not invade Abyssinia. We're going to cut you off. We're going to take away your rights. We're going to ostracize ourselves from you. No, appeasement. They're going to appease Mussolini and even Hitler because they were quaking in their boots.
Its first sacrifice in the cause of peace in our time was to be the Emperor Haile Selassie.
Its first sacrifice. This is why I must say again, this is not religion, but I have to refer to the sacrifice of the Lamb. I know many of us, we are well into the Passion of Christ and Mel Gibson and a lot of Hollywood and fairy tale from Sunday school, but this is the real deal here. It's as real can get. It's no spookism. The first sacrifice in our time, man.
Its first sacrifice in the cause of peace in our time was to be the Emperor Haile Selassie. In Ethiopia, the emperor could do no more than play for time against the Italian threat.
You understand that?
And proclaim an embargo sales to both sides. For Italy, with her own arms, the embargo was a green light. For Ethiopia, it was a death sentence. But for Haile Selassie, the final betrayal came at the League of Nations. Pierre Laval, the French foreign minister, and Sir Samuel Hoare for Britain, proposed to hand part of Ethiopia to Mussolini. Appeasement had triumphed. Collective security was a myth.
Oh, so you get that. So Pierre Laval of France and Samuel Hoare of Britain proposed to pass and hand part of Ethiopia to Mussolini. So as the narrator said, the appeasement has won and collective security was a myth. The final betrayal, he referred to this as. Yeah, man, this is the story of Christ.
Haile Selassie followed them. He left behind the agony of defeat to confront his betrayers at the League of Nations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker on the list is His Majesty Nicholas Haile Selassie. I call upon...
He did so with a dignity that has become a legend.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le...
The jeers of fascists in the gallery did not stop him. I am here to claim justice, he said. What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead.
There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead. The League was dead. I mean, what are you talking about? Who killed the League? St. George, who slew the dragon, the stone that hit the feet of clay and iron, and the whole statue fell down in the 2nd chapter of the book of Daniel. The League, the nations, the government of the world was dead. Someone murdered the League. Someone executed the League. The League was dead. No answer. There could be none.
What reply shall I take back to my people? There was no answer, and there could be none. The League was dead. So, said the Emperor, it is us today. It will be you tomorrow.
Now again, as we are celebrating from 1963, the 63rd anniversary of the Organization of African Unity, we must understand it's more than just the OAU as such on this day, the 25th of May. This is what I have to say. We didn't come to play. But the reality is that even from the time frame that we have been highlighting, you can see the father of Africa figure obviously in motion there. That is why the colonial masters, the governors of colonial Africa came to salute the independent African king. And this is even before the trials and tribulations of Mussolini and his invasion came on the forefront. And you can see how we dealt with that. The first sacrifice, the first victim, but yet still the first victor. This is how he is described. It's the resurrection, the first to be resurrected. You think this is a joke, eh? But you see, when we look at this in the fairy tale manner, like I heard a brethren say that we are, even we as Rastafari, he's a Rast, saying we as Rastafari are religious because of the Bible. Now, it may sound strange, but the Bible is not necessarily a religious book, It's how those who read it take it. In many cases, it's a reality book. The sacrificial lamb, the first to be resurrected. But because we are so depleted of our Afrocentricity, we don't understand how to read allegory. And we throw many babies away with bath waters. Let's listen to this.
As almost the only independent African ruler after the war, Haile Selassie provided a symbol of self-respect for black men just emerging from white rule. The wind of change had come to Africa.
You see what's going on? He provided self-respect for black man just coming out of white rule. The wind of change come to Africa.
Recognizing the emperor's unique position, the United Nations chose Addis Ababa as its African headquarters, and he embarked on a new political career.
The age in which we live, Your Imperial Majesty, is an age of paradox.
In his brand new Africa Hall, Haile Selassie presided at innumerable meetings of his new revolutionary colleagues.
His new revolutionary colleagues. As we said earlier, it was revolution that brought all of these people you see here, all of these delegates now and dignitaries. It's revolution. And it began
It began when Haile Selassie defeated Mussolini. I mean, even prior to that, of course, we can go into the Battle of Adawatu-Kali and we can go way back. But we understand the climax. We understand the time frame, World War II. And after the defeat of Mussolini and Hitler and all of those ones, you saw that Africa began to get its independence. How did this happen? The shrewd behavior, as the narrator says, how his shrewd meditation would have allowed him, Haile Selassie, to ride out all what the 20th century had to throw at him. But he did more than that. Because of the same shrewd meditation and thinking, he was able to free up the rest of Africa and bring independence, whether it's through economics, whether it's through military action, whether it's through training, or whether it's through diplomacy. And you can look at all the different African countries and you can see the difference. You can see where military training was necessary. In the case of people like Nelson Mandela, you could see where diplomacy was needed and strong counseling in the case of Kwame Nkrumah and Ghana. So Ethiopia played a part in the independence of the African states. And then when the Casablanca and the Monrovia group couldn't get their act together, the king came in again and said, hey, listen, let's unite.
He became the great African father figure.
He became the great African father figure.
The great African peacemaker.
The great African peacemaker. Who you said do this documentary? Rasul? BBC.
In the Congo, in Biafra, in Morocco and Algeria.
The Congo, Biafra, Morocco, Algeria. These were the states that we highlighted in that previous documentary. Interesting. Listen to this.
But his voice commanded respect, because he alone in Africa had been both victim and victor.
He alone in Africa. He alone in Africa had been both victim and victor. Please don't take these statements lightly, family. We listen. I know we're listening and we just hear, but these are key statements being made. He alone in Africa has been both victor, we just explained that, and victor. The resurrected from the 5th of May 1936 to the 5th of May 1941.
In the struggle against colonial rule.
Oh, he was the first victim, him alone, victor and victor, victim and victor in the struggle of colonialism. Beautiful, him alone. In all of the history of colonialism, this is the only one that went into the underworld and resurrected.
He alone had been the first martyr of the old Leagued Nations.
Hear this, huh? He alone had been the first martyr. You know what's a martyr? Now the narrator may be speaking poetically, but he's speaking realistically. He was the first martyr of the old League of Nations.
And was now a founder and guide of the new United Nations.
And was now a founder. I didn't remember hearing this in history class. And he was now a founder and guide of the new United Nations. You see, family, I'm going to say this again. If you could find a way to strip the majority of the people from the religious way of thinking, just put away spookism and feed them just this simple truth. This may sound harsh to some of you, but you don't even need no Bible. You can clearly see This is the Bible here, the truth. You can clearly see that Haile Selassie is the divine being amongst us. Listen, that is why I would have done these programs. How many we have done so far? About 9. Highlighting Earth's rightful ruler from a geopolitical, historical perspective. And only here and there we lean to maybe a scriptural verse. Why? Because that's what we're accustomed to kind of validate what we're saying. But it's obvious we are the living Bible, man. We're the first church. This is what I'm trying to show you. You don't even have to crack none of the testaments to prove that Haile Selassie is the Most High, Earth's rightful ruler. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Seeing his influence in the new Africa, the world beat a path to his door.
The world beat a path to his door.
The Organization of African Unity followed the United Nations and set up shop in Addis Ababa. Diplomats and businessmen flocked in. Within a decade, the face of Addis Ababa was transformed. The signs of international affluence towered over the old open drains.
So don't get this mixed up. It is not just today that Addis Ababa has become the showpiece as such of Africa and the world. That's how they refer to it in this documentary, by the way. No, it is Emperor Haile Selassie is the first, which would have established Addis Ababa as an international metropolis. Again, let's lean on the scripture, just for the understanding of many. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. Sila, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, with Ethiopia. It's Ethiopia that's beholding this, but Rahab and Babylon can come and take a look. Behold, with Ethiopia. Come and celebrate with her. This man was born there. And of Zion, where the Ark of the Covenant is. And of Zion it shall be said that this and that man was born in her. Her who? Zion, where the Ark is, behold, with Ethiopia. That's why the God loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwelling places of Africa that went under colonialism. That's why it was saved. Because the Lord loveth the gates thereof. Glorious things are spoken of thee, O city of God. That's why he loveth the gates thereof, more than all the other dwelling places of Jacob. That's why they went under colonialism, but the crown head was ever saved. And the highest himself shall establish her. The 87th Psalm.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession. He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university. He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get. Haile Selassie is a lonely man now. His wife, 2 sons, a daughter are all dead, and though others remain to keep him company now and then, the essential solitude of his life on the tightrope of power must grow more oppressive every year. On one side, there's still the old Ethiopian world of feudal power and tradition. On the other, there's the new challenge of his own reforms, the educated youngsters and the modern army officers who want the world and would like it now.
Now, in the conclusion of this video, do you understand what he's saying there?
Feudal power and tradition.
You know, on one side, he's saying the emperor is walking this tightrope. On one side, you have the old world of feudal power and tradition.
On the other, there's the new challenge of his own reforms.
On the other,
you have the challenges of his own reforms.
The educated youngsters and the modern army officers.
The educated youngsters and the modern army officers who would like the world, they want the world and they would like it now. So on both sides, he has these heavy energies now from the ancient world, feudal power, land reform, and then traditional culture. And then on the other side, you have educated youth, and you have the army, modern army officers, and everybody wants their piece of the pie. In fact, most of them want the whole pie.
Who want the world and would like it now.
Who want the world and would like it now.
They're the upper and nether millstones which have ground many a good man exceeding small, especially in this century.
That's a serious statement. They are the upper and nether millstone that have grounded many leaders exceeding small, especially in this century. They're the upper and nether millstone. It's like a grinding mill. When you're grinding, I guess, stone to dust, or you're grinding something, wheat to flour, you have a grinding stone, the upper and nether millstone in the grinding mill that would have grounded or grinded many leaders exceeding small, many leaders could not take the pressure. Hear this now, man. Many leaders had to cow under that pressure coming from their own people, because these people, just like the army officers, just like the students that have now received education, just like the traditional leaders and those who do not want to release their culture from that time, they would have grounded the leaders, the rulers, the kings, the emperors, exceeding nothing, thus blow them away, especially in this century. And he, Emperor Haile Selassie, is now going through the same thing. He is being touched by the upper and nether millstone. They are on both sides of him as he's walking the tightrope. Hear this.
To have survived them for the better part of 55 years in power is something unequaled by any ruler in the world today.
To have,
no wonder the Lion of Judah,
hold on, to have survived them for the better part of 55 years is something unequal, unmatched by any leader in the world today. Let's hear that again.
To have survived them for the better part of 55 years in power is something unequaled by any ruler in the world today.
This is 1970. Eh? This is just a few years before the story came to an end. King is walking down the back step there of his palace. The very first time I went up that step and I realized where I was, I mean, I wouldn't go into all of that emotional expression with you right now, but let's stick to the subject here. Who have survived them? Survive who? The upper and nether millstone that has grounded many leaders to dust, to nothing. Blow it away like powder. He has survived them. That's why at the beginning of the documentary it says, of today and yesterday, riding out in shrewd triumph, all that the 20th century could have thrown at him. Survived them for the better part of 55 years and even more than that. Unequal to any leader today. The living legend we're talking about.
No wonder the Lion of Judah has become one of the living legends of our time.
David Holden is the narrator, BBC Network. The father of Africa, Earth's rightful ruler. Family, stay royal, stay loyal. Abatachin Janoi, Haile Emmanuel Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour. As we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashamane and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Gede. And don't forget the summer palace of the Emperor. Come prepared to rock Nayabingo. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering. And see you.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah Tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah Tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook, or email us if you prefer the PDF, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tour. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms.
You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa, Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour. As we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashamane and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Genet. And don't forget the summer palace of the emperor. Come prepared to rock Nayabing. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering, and see you there.
Abatachin, Janoi, Nigasai, Selassie, Ja, Rastafari, Denestelin, Royal Family, Dena Nacho. And I'm asking, how are you? Giving thanks for your presence with us in the Tiger's Temple, Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. What a joy that we can meet and greet and sup and sip and take things to another level. Now, I would have been doing a few programs directly highlighting Haile Selassie I as Earth's rightful ruler, not necessarily taking it from some scriptural or theological point of view, but just reality on planet Earth. Now, this presentation is going to be another one of those presentations which will be showing you specifically in the mystic form that Haile Selassie I for sure is Earth's rightful ruler. We already proved this when it came to the Shah of Iran and his banquet. If you didn't see that program, you should check that one out. We showed you how it was when Haile Selassie I encountered Queen Elizabeth II and, of course, the kiss of death. We just gave you a program a few days ago highlighting the galactical warfare between Emperor Haile Selassie I in that visitation 1970 and the Pope of Rome at the time. Anyone who saw that, it's impossible for you to deny that there wasn't some sort of celestial tug of war taking place there. In my book, it was really a massacre, but just making it sound balanced for the listening ear. Now, what we are going to do here, royal family. In 1963, Haile Selassie I visited the United States of America. He visited New York City, he visited Washington, D.C., and spent some time with the President of the United States, President Kennedy. Haile Selassie I spoke at the UN. This is a very serious visitation. This wasn't no joke. In 1963, when he spoke at the UN, that was sealing the fulfillment of the Orion's prophecy, with Asar ascending up to Sahu. Sahu is Orion, and Asar becoming the Orion constellation. Asar is Osiris. And remember, Orion or Sahu is the Lord of the heavens, the Lord of the sky. Half of Orion or Sahu is on the north and half is on the south. The only constellation that has a feature like that is Ophiuchus, which is the serpent holder, which is exactly 180 degrees away from the Orion or the Sahu constellation. Very powerful. And again, those of you who follow our works and have been following us for a while properly, you understand that this was the time when Orion or Sahu moved into this region of the sky after tens of thousands of years. This is serious. So half of Sahu or Orion is on the northern celestial region of the sky, and half of Orion or Sahu is on the southern celestial region of the sky. And remember now, when Haile Selassie I spoke to the United Nations, that is when he became the only head of state to speak to both League of Nations and the United Nations at that time. And that is to prove that he's now the Sahu. The Osiris has resurrected and become the Orion, because Osiris was not always Orion. It is after he resurrected, he became Orion. And we proved this because Haile Selassie brought to the UN, just before he went to speak, the obelisk specifically of Aksum, the Teken. Now remember, the Teken is the phallic of Osiris. The Teken is the phallic of Asar, after he was cut into the several pieces. Article 16 pieces. Remember, the phallic is the part of the body that they could not find when they put him back together. I'm talking about Osiris, Asar, the master of ceremonies. And of course, our book, the heavens declare the glory. The heavens declare the glory. How many of you have a copy of that book? Fulfilling Rastafari in the heavens, in the celestial realms. The heavens declare the glory. That is a book written by myself, explaining everything that I'm speaking of right now. You should get a copy, and I think you know how to do that. You email us, priestisaachinstitute@gmail.com, and request a copy of the book, The Heavens Declare the Glory. So the fact that Haile Selassie I brought the symbol of Osiris, we're not making that up, you know. The obelisks in Egypt and the obelisks in Ethiopia, they're all symbolic of the phallic of Osiris. May sound gross to you, but that's just what it is. And that was the part of the goodie, the anatomy of Asar that could not be found. And then after they put him back together without that and wrapped him up, Anubis, Anpu, brought him back to life, he went up in the heavens and became the constellation of Orion. He went up in the skies sounds familiar, and became the constellation known as Sahu. And one of the outstanding features of Sahu is that half of him is on the north and half of him is on the south. The celestial equator runs through the very famous Orion's belt. So this is key, and it was not always so. It took tens of thousands of years of celestial movements for Osiris or Asa, which is Orion, to hit perfectly where the belt is on the celestial equator. And as I said, we would have done programs in depth dealing with this, and this is not even really the subject at the moment. To be honest, it's just the spirit that brought that out. But I think it's still important for you to understand how important that year was when he visited. And not just the year, the visitation. But then the year now, 1963, is very key, because that is when we established on the 25th of May, the Organization of African Unity in Ethiopia. So coming off of that, the emperor now in the United States of America a few months after, and again addressing the United Nations. 1963, 1936, just turned the 6 and the 3. 1936, he addressed the League of Nations, and we understood what happened there. The only head of state, the only head of state to address both League of Nations and the United Nations. And that was concretized when he addressed the United Nations in 1963. The scripture says that this mighty angel had 1 foot on water and 1 foot on land. Again, symbolic of the Orion, as half is on the northern and half is on the southern. I'm talking of the hemisphere of the heavens. We're talking celestial academics here. So comprehend this. The key point is that before he spoke to seal up the Orion's prophecy of Osiris becoming Sahu, before he spoke to seal it up, he gave them, the UN, specifically the Secretary General Utan, he gave him the obelisk. He gave him the phallic of Osiris. How clear can a prophecy be? And we want to burn fire on Egypt and this and that, when the King of Kings himself acknowledging what we would have highlighted in the Master of Ceremonies. Decade plus now, Haile Selassie is the Asa. So again, that's just, drawing some importance to the time frame and the visit, because what we're going to go into now, that's just the introduction. As I said, that wasn't even a part of the thought pattern coming into this, but since we said it all, I think it adds now to the importance of the visitation that Emperor Haile Selassie I made to the United States of America in 1963. All right, let's get to this. To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Blessed love, honorable Priest Isaac. It's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about. Yeah, the spring equinox, real like that. And just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menensil, blessed love. Thank you.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook, or email us if you prefer the PDF, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Yes, Royal Family, give thanks again for your presence, and of course, reminding everyone of the official launch of the essay competition, the Ethiopian essay competition, from the 5th of May until the 2nd of November. And remember, Royal Family, you can definitely get more information by even contacting us, emailing us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. And this is going to be a wonderful exercise. You know, I'm talking about the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge, Ethiopian Tariq Essay Competition. Now, many ones may not be in agreement with the concept, for example, of reincarnation. But you got to understand the spiritual realms is a different realms. It's not every time that it's reincarnation. Spirits move from one physical to another. Even in your Bible, many ones consider that John the Baptist was like a reincarnation of Elijah. As the Bible says, he shall send Elijah again. And Christ said that, well, you know, Elijah already came and gone. And then they realized that he was speaking of John the Baptist. But when Elijah himself went up, he left his spirit on Elisha. That's not necessarily reincarnation, because Elisha was around when Elijah was around. When someone reincarnates, that means they pass on and come back again. But anyway, as I said, the main point is that the spiritual realms is a different realms. How many people have, the degree in the full understanding of celestial spiritualism? Yeah, you may have a little spiritual inclination, but do you really understand this thing? Can you really do spiritual surgery? There's a strong connection between Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, both presidents of the United States of America. And the connection that I will be showing to you now is something that is widely published. Nothing that we unraveled here. Well, no, what we unraveled, we'll be showing to you in a moment. In 1846, Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress. Exactly 100 years later, in 1946, John F. Kennedy was elected to Congress. In 1860, President Lincoln became the President of the United States of America. Precisely 100 years later, in 1960, John F. Kennedy became President of the United States of America. In each of their terms, civil rights was a formative issue. And that goes without saying. Of course, it was Abraham Lincoln that would have issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Good old Abe freed the slaves. You know that. Very good. Then now, in the time of John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy, he would have been one of the champions, according to our people, for civil rights. In those days, when you go into the house of a black man, the house of a black woman, the black family, you have two key pictures on the wall. You have the picture of Jesus Christ, and you have the picture of John F. Kennedy. This is reality. Anyone from that time, that era, and that place can tell you what I'm telling you here. All right. In each of their terms, again, civil rights was a formative issue. While living in the White House, Lincoln's wife and Kennedy's wife lost a child. Both Lincoln and Kennedy were shot on a Friday. Both presidents were shot in the head 100 years after. Each of their assassins were from the South. Both were succeeded by a Southerner named Johnson, both presidents, their vice president. Andrew Johnson was born in 1808. That's the vice president of Lincoln. Lyndon Johnson was born 100 years later in 1908. That's the vice president of John F. Kennedy. President Lincoln was shot in a theater, and his assassin fled into a warehouse. President Kennedy's assassin shot him from a warehouse and fled into a theater. This says, topping it off, Lincoln was shot in a theater named Ford, and Kennedy was shot in a car named Lincoln, which was made by Ford. Now, it says topping it off. This is from RWC Pulse, but there's more than that. But the point is obvious and the point is clear, that there's some connection here, some oneness between these two individuals. Number one, the time frame alone, 100 years apart in every way. And then at the same time, when you look at it, you can see, without a doubt, one was shot from a warehouse and his assassin went into the theater, while one was shot in the theater and his assassin ran into the warehouse. Both of them replaced by Johnson, Andrew Johnson and Lyndon Johnson, and they were born 100 years apart. Everything is 100 years apart. And then at the same time, when you look into it, considering that both of them lost a child while they were in office, both of them dealt with what is known as civil rights. That article said to top it off, but there's more. Remember that Kennedy had a secretary whose name was Lincoln, and his secretary told him, Kennedy, that he should not go to Dallas where he got assassinated. I'm sure you know the next part. Lincoln, the president, had a secretary named Kennedy who also encouraged him, or tried to encourage him, not to go to the theater. He wasn't encouraged because he went, and there he met his demise.
This will be the first meeting for President John F. Kennedy and Mrs. Kennedy with the man who played a leading role in the creation of African unity.
Hear the speech from President Kennedy. It's not the full speech, but it has enough for you to understand the importance of Haile Selassie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know I speak in behalf of all of my fellow Americans in welcoming His Imperial Majesty back to the United States. Since His Majesty visited the United States nearly a decade ago, we have seen one of the most extraordinary revolutions in history. And that has been the appearance on the world scene of 29 independent countries.
We have seen one of the most extraordinary, that means extraordinary revolutions in history. We have seen one of the most extraordinary revolution in history. Listen to what he's saying.
In a short space of less than 10 years, including over 150 million people.
In the short space of less than 10 years, including over 150 million people. The most extraordinary revolution in history, one of the.
The conference recently held in His Majesty's capital served, I think, to bring together in a great cooperative movement the people of most of these countries.
The conference just held, he's speaking of the formation of the 25th of May 1963, the Organization of African Unity.
And the success of that conference was due in no small part to the leadership of our distinguished guest. His efforts to move his country forward and provide a better life for its people. And his efforts throughout the world, which stretch back over 30 or 40 years. For all of this, Your Majesty, we take the greatest pride in welcoming you here. You do us honor, and I can assure you that...
Before he assures you. So just understand this, He clearly is showing us that we're dealing with the chief revolutionary here. You hear we talk about revolutionary people and, this man is this great revolutionary and so forth. And listen to me, No disrespect to none of the revolutionaries, you know, whether it's Thomas Sankara or whether it's Fidel Castro or whoever it may be, of course. But what I'm saying, because we have been hit on the head and rendered dead, trust me, looking for the good Samaritan to come and help us up, we have forgotten our true history. This is why we have the Ethiopian history essay competition, because many ones do not understand the value of Haile Selassie the first. Hear this fella here, the president, saying that Haile Selassie is the greatest revolutionary amongst us. That's what he said, if he is the leader of the greatest revolutionary, you know what I mean, the most dynamic revolution, pardon me, one of the most in history. Well, what else is he saying? Over 150 million people, and the conference just held in his capital. You do us honor. And you may say, okay, all of these are diplomatic words. No, he's giving you some diplomatic facts. 150 million people freed and given their independence is not diplomatic words. It's diplomatic facts he's talking about here. And he listened to his sealed words. I assure you, Your Imperial Majesty.
There is no guest that we will receive in this country that will give a greater sense of livelier pride and satisfaction to the American people than your presence here today. Your Majesty, you're most welcome.
There's no guest that we will receive in this country that will give us a better sense of livelier pride and satisfaction as your visit with us today, Your Majesty. No guess that we will receive. No guess. What was he? He's like he's a fortune teller. He sees into the future that nobody else that comes here, even after I'm gone, will give us more pride and livelier satisfaction than your presence here with us, Your Imperial Majesty. You are most welcome. No other guests? What do you mean no other guests? King Charles was just in America. What do you mean no other guests will come here? The Pope visited since. What do you mean no other guests? Queen Elizabeth has been to America. How dare you say? You forget they have other leaders in the world that will come? How dare you say, John F. Kennedy, that no other guests will come to this shore or these shores that will have given us such pride and satisfaction as your presence with us, Your Imperial Majesty. He tell him, you are most welcome.
The Memorial to Abraham Lincoln. The Emperor and his party arrive at the Lincoln Memorial to place a silver wreath in honor of the American president, who is an international symbol of unity and freedom. President Kennedy's Secretary of Interior, Stuart Udall, accompanies the Emperor. Included in the Emperor's party are Ras Imru Haile Selassie, Ambassador Dinky, Ethiopian Ambassador to the United States, and Ambassador Corey, United States Ambassador to Ethiopia.
So there you see the Emperor laying this silver wreath. And this silver wreath was made from hundreds of Ethiopian silver coins. Royal family, that alone stands out because Abraham Lincoln, remember this is the Lincoln Memorial. Abraham Lincoln was despised for releasing the slaves. You know that, or we would have done programs on that. Look at the different coins that you have in the United States currency. Number one, the largest coin, the 25-cent piece, whose picture is on that. It's George Washington. So you have the 25-cent piece, which is the quarter. You have the dime, which is the 10 cents, and you have the nickel, which is the 5 cents, and you have the penny, which is the 1 cent, the penny. Now the penny is where they put Abraham Lincoln. Now look at the penny, the 1 cent, where you have Abraham Lincoln. It's obviously the smallest, and it has this brassy, brownish color. The other coins have a silver look. Listen to me good. The other coins with the other presidents have a silver look. But the coin that Abraham Lincoln is on has this brownish sort of look. Now, when you observe them, all the other presidents on the silver coin are looking in the same direction. Abraham Lincoln is looking in the opposite direction to them. So when you put Abraham behind them, it is as if they have their backs turned to Mr. Abraham. But when you put Abraham in front of them, it looks as if they are confronting and judging Mr. Abraham. All of this is Freemasonry. Eh? This is how they roll in symbolism. For you to understand that same 25 cents piece, if you hold it at a distance, arm's length to a regular full moon, it eclipses the full moon perfectly. It's designed that way. Abraham Lincoln, interestingly, again, has a beard. Very few presidents carry a beard. You know, the beard is really the sign of, of the man. Depending on how much beard you can grow. No disrespect if you may not have a beard as such but it's the symbol of it. They also say that Mr. Abraham Lincoln had some sort of Negro blood in him. But the point is now, in this instance here, and when you look at Abraham Lincoln again, he's on the $5 bill. Now watch this. You may say, but the dollar bill is George Washington. That's less than the $5. No, that's different than coins. The $5 basically is the lowest value of all the dollars. Benjamin Franklin is on the $100 bill. But you see the $1, the dollar. Not because it's a dollar. No, it's the symbol of the currency of the United States. Everything is put against the dollar. They measure it against the dollar. They don't measure it against the $100. They don't measure it for sure against Abraham Lincoln's $5. All currencies, stock market, what's going on with the stocks and bonds, and it's put it against the dollar. Such and such to the dollar, the yen to the dollar, the pound to the dollar. What are you talking about? We can't put Abraham on the dollar. And you put him on the penny and you throw the penny in the wishing well. All the pennies, you go to the fountain, you see all the pennies in the wishing well. Anyway, so this wreath that Haile Selassie placed at the memorial of Lincoln, this wreath was made from silver coins. And the wreath, you know what a wreath is. That's, you're placing it on the memorial, you're placing it on his grave. It's like, I wasn't there, come to your funeral, but I'm here now, and I'm bringing my wreath. Listen to this.
Mr. Udall reads from Abraham Lincoln's immortal Gettysburg Address.
They gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these days.
That we here highly resolve. Now, you see, this is serious. And anyone who knows this address, that's a key line that, you know, writers and publishers quote all the time. And we here highly resolve.
Reads from Abraham Lincoln's immortal Gettysburg.
Highly
Address.
They gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain.
We here highly resolve that these dead would have not died in vain.
That this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
And that is where that phrase comes from, by the people, for the people. And so my point is here. We already highlighted at the beginning of this program the connection between Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy. Undeniable. And now Haile Selassie I, in a very important time frame in the cosmic 1963, would have stepped into the United States to meet President Abraham Lincoln. Well, John F. Kennedy, Lincoln in another spiritual expression, without a doubt, spoke to the United Nations, gave Utan the Osiris, Abimelech, Sahu, Orion, after putting together the Organization of African Unity. Send my sons from afar and my daughters from the ends of the earth, the Organization of African Unity. And after speaking to the UN and after bringing the Abimelech and fulfilling all such, now we also see him even coming towards the Lincoln Memorial, the statue that was built to resemble Amenhotep III. In fact, that whole area there is ancient Kemet. And Haile Selassie leaves the wreath on the grave, basically, of Abraham Lincoln. And listen to this, not just a regular wreath, not plastic flowers, but Ethiopian coins, silver coins, to the president that was put on the brass penny. Great symbolism there. And one may want to deny that Kennedy and Lincoln are one. After Haile Selassie I left the United States of America, he went to Canada, and then after he went to Africa, visited several African countries and actually stopped the war that was taking place between Algeria and Morocco. He had to visit France to make sure all of this took place. He even went to Yugoslavia. He was not in Ethiopia for the 33 anniversary of his coronation, the 2nd of November. And after that world tour, and he returned to Ethiopia, the news came to him that President Kennedy has been shot, killed, dead. Dallas, Texas. Haile Selassie I immediately returned to the United States of America as the chief diplomat, front and center, to see and witness the burial of the President of the United States of America, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy. Royalty and loyalty. Abatachin Janoi. Negasai Selassie. Jah Rastafari. One second.
Blessed love, Honourable Priest Isaac, it's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about, the spring equinox, real like that, and just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth, and the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menensil, blessed love. Thank you.
Honorable Priest Isaac here, and I'm here with Brother Nakaya Yahawasha, and of course, how you felt about the tour, the different places we visited, the different parks, museums, churches, the Christ Mass. Give us your experience, my Lord.
Yeah, man, and bless up, Priest Isaac Institute, for coordinating, this year, necessary and islandful occasion, wherein I got the opportunity now, guidance and safety and security, to be able to forward here, into this year, I grounds, motherland, Ethiopia itself, and to touch in Ethiopia and also to touch in very, very sacred grounds, such as the King's Palaces, because now I am, multiple palaces where the king, resided, meeting grounds, clothes that the king wore himself, so to touch on these different areas, go to the museums, also to the national, institutes, as well as, the space program to see what's going on, as well ancient, traditional Ethiopia, as well as where Ethiopia is heading for the future. Definitely, is personally encouraging I myself to return here and making the necessary preparations to come forward to be here. So it's not just a dream but a reality. So I can continue to learn, because there's no way, there's so much to learn. There's no way to learn and compact everything in just one tour. So I is looking forward for the future tours, not just the next tour, but the tours up on top of the tours, up on top of the tours.
Building.
You know?
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour, as we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashaman and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Genet. And don't forget the summer palace of the Emperor. Come prepared to rock Nayabingo. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering. And see you there.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me? Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I and Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get.
We do greet you in the name of Emperor Haile Selassie I. The Nestalin, give thanks for your presence, Amasakanalo, the Tiger's Temple. With a joyful heart, we definitely say welcome. Give thanks for your presence and give thanks for the spirit of life that keep us. For the past month and a half, we would have produced several programs on the YouTube channel, highlighting the position of Emperor Haile Selassie I in world affairs. None of these programs were biblical or theological per se as such, although we would have quoted one or two scriptures in one or two of these episodes, but they were solely utilizing, for the most part, geopolitical facts, events, and behaviors, protocols, specifically protocol, as it relates to diplomats and emperors and kings and position in the earth. But Haile Selassie I specifically, we did the program when we showed Churchill. This one was entitled that, I don't have it off my head, but England definitely needed the presence and assistance of Haile Selassie and Ethiopia during World War II. I'm sure many of you would have seen that program. The very same time they were shipping out all of their gold because Hitler was coming in at their front step. And at the same time, according to the autobiography, Churchill was saying it is necessary for Haile Selassie I to return to Ethiopia with our top generals, mark you, and a very serious aspect of our army. But Hitler is coming in at the front door. Don't worry. Believe me, we need this victory in Ethiopia more. We also did the program, The Kiss of Death, which is somewhat linked to this program that we are doing here today, and which really brought to the forefront that debatable topic of Emperor Haile Selassie I kissing the hand of Queen Elizabeth II. I'm not going to summarize it. It's right there on the YouTube channel. A very wonderful look. One of my favorites, I must say. So I'm just highlighting. We did the program with the coronation or the crowning, the festival of the Shah of Iran, and the position that the emperor would have held amongst them. This is very key, royal family, what I'm saying here. I'm just highlighting these several programs, somewhat bringing them back to mind. The galactical battle between the emperor of Ethiopia and the Pope of Rome. How many of you saw that one? And a few others, just highlighting Kennedy, Lincoln, buried the same time. And as I said, these were not necessarily sermons. And Luke chapter 2 and Genesis 59, and well, not 59, I think it goes that far, but the point I'm making is just utilizing geopolitical history as it relates to the King of Kings, Negus and Nagas. It is obvious that we are dealing with Earth's rightful ruler. That is the point. So at the same time now, what we will be doing in this episode of the Tiger's Temple, we will continue to highlight in very swift fashion, really, the presence of Earth's rightful ruler in Emperor Haile Selassie I. And this one is going to put the emperor in the position of Saint George. Remember, Saint George is he that would have slew the dragon. So we're going to highlight all of that this day, right here in the temple. And we're going to be going into the Masonic order of the Knights of the Garter. In fact, I think I want to begin right there before we even say anything else. And you would have to store this because, yes, we will be jumping from point to point, but it will all wrap in tightly and nicely when we come to the end. How many of you know of the Noble Order of the Garter? We have a documentary, it's actually on YouTube as well, entitled Haile Selassie, Rastafari and Freemasonry. You should check it out. The most noble order of the Garter. The most noble order of the Garter. Connected and coming down from the Knights Templars and Jacques de Molay and these individuals with the Red Cross, the Rosicrucian, the Rose and the Cross, the Red Cross, all the Red Crosses, all of them. Masonic, yes, the Red Cross. Masonic within that frame. The most noble order of the Garter is an order of chivalry founded by King Edward III in 1348. The most senior order of knighthood in the British honors system. So you're dealing with this order again, 1348, King Edward III, the order of chivalry that is seen as the most senior order of knighthood in the British order system. King Edward III founded the Order of the Garter around the time of his claim to the French throne. The traditional year of foundation is usually given as 1348, when it was formally proclaimed. However, the complete peerage under the founders of the Order of the Garter states the order was first instituted on the 23rd of April, 1344, listing each founding member as knighted in 1344. So just giving you a quick rundown on what the Knights of the Garter is all about. And one of the things we will have to highlight this day is that Haile Selassie I, on his visitation to England in 1954, the very same time when the kiss of death was issued, he was inducted as such made a honorary member, I think that's the better term, into the Knights of the Garter. And in the 1970s, just before he would have left our presence, visibly, he went to a ceremony. And within that ceremony, under the great patronage of St. George, he was put in the position of leadership of this great, most noble, esteemed order of knighthood, order of chivalry. Unlike any other visitor, any other inductee into this ceremony. And this will prove even amongst, because this is very serious, we will show you in Masonic fashion, because that's what it is, how every individual there had to act and react to the presence of Emperor Haile Selassie I. Geros is St. George. So what we're going to do now, we're going to highlight a few clips from 2 documentaries dealing with what I just mentioned as it relates to the Knights of the Garter plus the Ark or the Tablet of Kedos Girugis and its movement during the time of the exile period of Haile Selassie I. Royal family, give thanks for all of those who were present with us when we launched the Ethiopian History Essay Competition. I'm very thankful also for the response of those who would have responded and those who communicated and understand the mission. If you have not seen that episode, it is the video prior to this video. I'm speaking of the launch of the Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Obviously, I cannot take the time now to even try to summarize that. That is why the launch was done officially, and I would be very honored and thankful if you could revisit that video or check it if you haven't seen it. And there is a booklet that goes with the launch. In fact, the booklet is in the description of this video. Again, you can scroll down, and I'll be thankful for those who will take the time to go through that booklet. Yes, Rastafari.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled "What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me?" Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I and Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac, or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet, The Lion of Judah Tour. You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flipbook or email us if you prefer the PDF, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com. And let me remind everyone that the 40% off on the Lion of Judah tour, for sure, that is definitely still available, and that will be available until the time of the 15th of May. So the 15th of May will bring to an end that whole aspect of the Lion of Judah tour, the 40% discount on the whole experience of the Lion of Judah. Beautiful. So what we want to do now is, first of all, highlight the ceremony of the Knights of the Garter that I just spoke about. And this is in the 1970s, just before Haile Selassie would have disappeared from our presence. And the thing is here now, this is the only time that the emperor would have attended this ceremony. It's not as if the emperor is just like this is the stuff he's into. This is Judgment Day. Don't forget the galactical war with the Pope Rasta. Don't forget how we laid the wreath at the memorial of Abraham Kennedy, Lincoln there. Yes. Those who haven't seen these episodes, please go and check them out. We're dealing with Earth's rightful ruler. So keeping everything in mind now, what we just mentioned, what we just read for you as it relates to this order of chivalry here. Now, don't get me wrong. This ain't nothing big to me. No, this is just this is for the symbolic aspect of it. This is the most decorated human being in the world, Emperor Haile Selassie I, and decorated from all of the empires and kingdoms and governments and federal republics and institutions and churches and all sorts of organizations would have given him the keys to the city as well. All sorts of countries, all sorts of organizations would have given him their highest honor. But he's above all of these honors, really. But give thanks to the symbolic gesture. So I am highlighting the symbolic gesture here, which is more than a gesture, because greater than Solomon is here. Remember Solomon, the Knights of the Templars of Solomon, is like the father of Masonry, the Solomonic Temple, and the builders of them. They are the founders and the forefathers even of their legend. Hiram Abiff, and how he was hit in the head and buried in a shallow grave, and the acacia tree came up, and the lion's paw. All of that is the foundation of Masonry as you know it. So greater than Solomon is here, and if you don't know it, they know it for sure. So this is what I'm highlighting here now within this very symbolic expression. So we just got a bit of history, and we highlighted that it was the King of England, King Edward III, that founded the organization in 1344, 1348, depending on which aspect of the history you take. Now, although he, the monarch at the time, would have been the founder and technically the head, yes, to some degree, but according to their own protocol, it is the Prince of Wales. Follow me good. You can find this in the book entitled The Antichrist and a Cup of Tea. The author of the book is trying to highlight that Prince Charles at the time was the Antichrist. interesting read. And he also highlights that it is the Prince of Wales, whoever it may be at the time, that is really the head of the Knights of the Garter. So this is important here, especially at this visitation of Haile Selassie I. Now, as they entered into the castle at Windsor, you had Windsor's castle. You had leading the procession is Emperor Haile Selassie I and the Queen Mother. And the Queen Mother really is Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, the mother of Queen Elizabeth II. Now, not the Queen's mother, you know, but the Queen Mother. And the Queen Mother is the individual that you could say is moving with the Emperor, while the Emperor himself, they're both in front. But what you need to observe now, this is very deep, eh? Prince Charles is moving on the sidelines with them, because the procession really is the Emperor, the Queen Mother, and of course their entourage behind of them, and then Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. So they're really the individuals that are really leading the procession. Now, this video may not be the clearest as such, but just tiger with us. So again, as they're coming out now of Windsor's castle, you see the Emperor and you see the Queen Mother and Prince Charles on the sideline. Prince Charles on the sideline, and all the bishops coming out as well, and some key figures, and behind you will have Queen Elizabeth coming out with Prince Philip. Now, what I want to highlight here is that amongst the knights, none of them has their hats on their heads. You may say, what? Yes, all of them have on hats. They had them on when they were coming in. But as they're coming out now, the knights, they do not have their hats on their heads. Now, this is Queen Elizabeth. She has her hat on her head. That's a woman. The Queen Mother, she has her hat on her head as well. I mean, these are women, so they did not even take off their hats when they went inside. But all of the knights, so these are the knights lining the step, all of the knights had to take off their hats. As gentlemen, it's only gentlemanlike, what say you? And Prince Charles also here without his hat. Now, does that mean something? The Emperor doesn't have on his hat here neither, you know. The Emperor came out. I'm not saying the Emperor was in there with his hat. No, all the gentlemen had to take off their hats. All right. Now, why is Prince Charles, at the time, Prince Charles, walking on the sideline? Why is he not in the procession itself? Now, I would have done some study on this, and if anyone knows more about it than me, don't hesitate to say, comment, whatever. But from my findings, and more thorough research can be done, but from my understanding, this is not a regular thing for the Prince of Wales to be on the sideline. I've looked for every video I could find of this ceremony, and the Prince of Wales at the time, again, Prince Charles, was always in the position where Haile Selassie I is in this specific procession of the Knights of the Garter. What is the point I'm making? The point I'm making is that obviously Haile Selassie is in the space of the head of this organization. So the head is the Prince of Wales, the man. Yes, founded by Edward III, but it was Prince Edward, the Black Prince, that was the first head of the organization. Now, it's not Prince Edward, but Prince Charles. That is the head. I mean, full circle, the man. Prince Charles, not Edwards, but Charles. Edwards, Charles, is the head now of the organization as the king is visiting this. The king was put into this organization since 54, it's 70 something now. And let me pay these people a visit because St. George must slew the dragon. So Prince Charles would have left his seat, let's put it that way, and has given his seat because I know they had a seat inside. Maybe cameras were not allowed, but there were seats inside. So obviously, if he would have come out of his place, he's on the side. As the procession is going in, he is in no line. He's just by himself. And as I said, from my research, every other event that I've seen as it relates to this, he's always next to the Queen Mother, in the very same position that Haile Selassie is in. The most esteemed order of chivalry, you know, the most esteemed order of knighthood, representing their patron saint, St. George, who we already highlighted before, is Haile Selassie, Kedos Gurugis, anyway. And that is why the head of the organization had to come out of the line. Come out of the line. Come on, man. You have other people that were inducted into this of high renown, you know. Margaret Thatcher and Winston Churchill, and they got to walk with the regular knights. Much more the Prince of Wales coming out of the line. Well, listen, again, for those of you who are more studied than me, you know, you can assist your brother. But I don't think this was ever done, ever. Not by Prince Charles, you know, ever. Ever. And if that is true, this ain't nothing to play with. Remember, this is chess. And at the same time, Masonic gestures as well, whether you like to hear it or not. I know some rasses get very funny when they hear Haile Selassie's name and Masonic and so in the same sentence. Don't be upset with me. What you want me to do, put my head in the ground like the fable ostrich, because the real ostrich doesn't do that. You know that. When it's obvious, so how am I going to explain what we're looking at here? Isn't it a Masonic organization? Big red cross coming from the Knights of the Templars, you know that. The king is a member. Looking right in the front of it. What am I supposed to say? I'm not, brother, I'm telling you, they have people that fly from one island and come and visit me where I am in Antigua to tell me that they upset with me because I say Haile Selassie is a Mason. which I didn't actually say that. But because I'm affiliating Masonry and the subject area with Haile Selassie, honestly, straight up, it's just lack of understanding for anyone to even talk like that. You can see it with your eyes. Look, he has on the clothes. Big red cross on the left shoulder. What, you're going to pretend you're blind? Be careful. So anyway, give thanks. Yes. Now, observe this. So again, Earth's rightful ruler, that's my point. As I said, coming out of the arena there, the knights do not have on their hats. They all had on their hats when they were coming in. The Queen Mother has on her hat. I mean, of course. And the ladies must have on their hats. But the gentlemen take off their hats. Yes. Very good. The emperor is now putting on his hat. What is he doing? Doesn't he know? Not supposed to put on your hat, that ain't for him. In fact, nobody puts on their hat until the emperor puts on his hat. So the emperor puts on his hat. Remember, we're dealing with chess, and we're dealing with masonry, and we're dealing with deep symbolism here. Everyone has their hats off. The king has the biggest feather in the whole procession. The biggest feather, bigger than the queen's and bigger than the Charles. Watch it good. Not even Prince Charles. He is on the side. Now, interestingly, when the king puts on his hat, I realized that some soldiers put their hats on their heads at the very same time. Look at these soldiers here that wear the big hats. See, he's fixing his hat. And then, interestingly now, even on the other side, they have some soldiers that just put their hats on their heads. But again, Prince Charles on the side, his hat is in his hand. And you have also, none of the knights would have placed their hats on their head. Now, of course, as you can see, the breeze is blowing very strong. The wind, the nefas, the ceremony coming out. You see Queen Elizabeth going into her carriage there. That will be for her and the prince. What's his name there? Prince Philip. And then you have Haile Selassie, beautiful God and King. Look at the wonderful I am. Oh my, yes. And you see his feather is the biggest, or feathers, whatever's going on there. No one put their hats on their head as yet. Only the soldiers, after Haile Selassie put his hat on his head. Rastafari, do you understand protocol? This is not anything goes, you know. As if, well, I feel to put on my hat, or I don't feel to put on my hat. This ain't no joke. Not because the king smiling and having a nice time. Galactical warfare, the kiss of death. Oh, man. Listen. You see, if you praise Haile Selassie the first, no matter who you are, I have enough respect for you with that decision. I don't know, there may be other things, I'm not sure, about you that may not garner any respect, I don't know. But you see, when a man and a woman find it in their heart to give all praises to Haile Selassie. Enough respect to that, because that is what it is. Now look, here comes Prince Charles. No hat on his head. Now he put on his hat. Now he sits in the carriage. And then the carriage moves on. Look, the fellas on the seat, they just put their hats on their heads too. I'm speaking of the carriage people, no hats on their heads. They come up and they put their hats on their heads. So this is very serious. So what that is showing you, that this is the master of ceremonies here. And again, I really stand corrected. If this has been done for some other monarch or visitor, I think it would have definitely had to be a monarch before, but I don't think so. In history, not just in Charles and Queen Elizabeth position, but in history. And again, even if I was corrected, it is obvious that just that whole act of nobody putting on their hats. Even soldiers have off their hats. And when the emperor put on his hats, his hat, pardon me, then the soldiers put on their hat or hats. English, brother. Then Haile Selassie I, as he enters the carriage, Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, the real head of this stuff, he comes in without his hat, and then he places his hat on his head. And you may say, Ras, what you're trying to tell me? This is about hats? Nah, man. This is about protocol, diplomatic gestures. Whether it may appear to be a game to you, it is what it is, and it tells the story. What is the story? Well, it's not a story, but it is the main point that Haile Selassie I is Earth's rightful ruler. Let's get to the next video now.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie, their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled "What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me?" Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I to Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac, or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get. England and Ethiopia have a common link in St. George. He is their patron saint as well as ours. 5 years ago, as the black shirts marched into Addis Ababa, the priests of the Coptic Cathedral smuggled out of the town the Ark of the Covenant of St. George.
Do you understand what he's saying? He said, first of all, England and Ethiopia has a common link with St. George. And when the Italians came into Addis Ababa, the clergy ones, the priests, would have, according to him, smuggled out the Ark of the Covenant of St. George, Keros Girugis, the Tablet of Keros Girugis. And it has been, that's the Ark of the Covenant of St. George, as he refers to it as, the Tablet. It has been with Abagai, the chief of the police at that time, who was no less than 100 miles away from Addis Ababa at any time, him and his courageous army, real hero figure in our Tariq, in our Ethiopian history. That's what he's saying here.
England and Ethiopia have a common link in St. George. He is their patron saint as well as ours. 5 years ago, as the black shirts marched into Addis Ababa, the priests of the Coptic Cathedral smuggled out of the town the Ark of the Covenant of St. George. It is a famous ark throughout Ethiopia. It is the ark of the national consciousness and of self-defense against aggression. It was with Menelik when he defeated the Italians at Adwa in 1896. It was with Ras Ababa Aragai throughout the Italian occupation. On a cold morning in Addis Ababa, it came back to the cathedral with the emperor and was put once more with hymns and sacred dance in the Holy of Holies. It was a cold morning, and it rained, but a right was restored on that day, and the chains were struck off the wrists of a whole people.
Now, so the Ark of the Covenant of St. George returns with the emperor, because now highlighting the ceremony of the Knights of the Garter. Remember, that is around St. George. That's the cross of St. George that they carry. Keros Girugis, the Ethiopian saint. The Europeans borrowed all of this stuff. You know, the same Heru slewing the dragon. We have that from so long ago before England was an England. So the point I'm making is this is an African understanding, an African tradition. So Haile Selassie, to just cut to the chase, brother, is Keros Girugis in flesh. Such a spirit is within him. He is the dragon slayer. So the same time that he would have gone into so-called exile, the ark was taken out. The Ark of St. George, the same ark that would have been with Menelik II on the battlefield. The same Ark of St. George that represents the slewer of the dragon. The same St. George that they are highlighting and bigging up as members of the Knights of the Garter. So when the king returned, the ark returned and was replaced with singing and dancing and the full works. That is to show you that it is a oneness with the emperor, the Tabat, the ark, Keros Girugis, St. George. Royal family, give thanks. Give thanks, that's a little spiritual aspect for I and I. But in reality, on the geopolitical level, then, now, and forever will be, Haile Selassie is obviously Earth's rightful ruler. Yeah, man. Royal and loyal. Bata Jin, Janai, Negus I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks. I'm a second Allah. Sign up today for the Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy course and take advantage of our 50% off. The 50% discount is for a limited time, and you will receive the full course for only $99.99 United States dollars. The Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy, professionally done. The graphics are definitely top-notch. Email us, priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Designed for the mature mind and also for the young thinker.
Honorable Priest Isaac here, and I'm here with Brother Nakaya Yahawasha. And of course, how you felt about the tour, the different places we visited, the different parks, museums, churches, the Christ Mass. Give us your experience, my Lord.
Yeah, man, and bless up, His Isaac Institute, for coordinating, this year, necessary and full occasion, wherein I got the opportunity now, guidance and safety and security, to be able to forward here, into this year, I grounds, motherland, Ethiopia itself, and to touch in Ethiopia and also to touch in very, very sacred grounds, such as the King's Palaces, because now I am, mountain palaces where the king, resided, meeting grounds, clothes that the king wore himself, so to touch on these different areas, go to the museums, also to the national, institutes, as well as, the space program to see what's going on, as well ancient, traditional Ethiopia, as well as where Ethiopia is heading for the future. Definitely, is personally encouraging I myself to return here and making the necessary preparations to come forward to be here. So it's not just a dream, but a reality. So I can continue to learn, because there's no way, there's so much to learn. There's no way to learn and compact everything in just one tour. So I is looking forward for the future tours, not just the next tour, but the tours up on top of the tours, up on top of the tours.
Building.
Nearly half the population of Ethiopia now is under the age of 15, and for Haile Selassie their education has always been an obsession.
Salam Nacho to all Ethiopian religious children and parents. Introducing the Priest Isaac's Institute of Holistic Knowledge Ethiopian History Essay Competition from the 5th of May to the 2nd of November 2026.
He's taken personal charge of the Ministry of Education, sought teachers and money for more schools from half the countries in the world, and turned one of his palaces into a university.
Children 7 to 17 will write an essay entitled "What Does Ethiopian History Mean to Me?" Prizes such as laptops and tablets to be won, trips to the Science Museum, Unity Park, and others for the full class of the winners from Aksum to Lalibela. Menelik I and Menelik II, Ethiopia's history is amongst the richest in the world. For more information, join us on most social media platforms at Priest Isaac, or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Ethiopian History Essay Competition. Know your heritage.
He's directly responsible for whatever schooling these youngsters get.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Introducing Ethiopia's Freedom Tours. What is an Ethiopian Freedom Tour? We are giving you the opportunity to visit us in Ethiopia on your terms. You pick the date, summer, spring, October, or December. It's your choice. 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 9 days. It's your choice. Several options to choose from. Tour Addis Ababa, Tour Shashamane, Hawassa and Wando Genet, Lalibela and Aksum, or a combination of them all. It's all up to you. Need more information? Check our Freedom Tour booklet. Press the link in the description or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Ethiopia Freedom Tours. When will you be coming?
Attention! Join us in Ethiopia from the 20th to the 29th of July 2026 for the Lion of Judah Tour. As we celebrate the 134th anniversary of Emperor Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia. In Addis Ababa, we will visit the Grand Jubilee Palace, the University of Addis Ababa Imperial Palace, the Throne Room and Palace of Menelik II, and of course, the Science Museum, the National Museum, the Battle of Adwa Museum, and so much more. Then we go south to Shashamane and visit the hot springs and waterfalls of Wando Genet. And don't forget the summer palace of the emperor. Come prepared to rock Nayabingo. Remember that the Lion of Judah Tour is all inclusive. Your meals, your accommodations, transportation, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of our 50%, 30%, and 20% discounts that are available. For more information or to register, email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. The Lion of Judah Tour. What a gathering. I will see you there.
Great God, Abata Janai, Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Greetings, Tenestally, blessed love to each and everyone. Salam no, salam nacho. I give thanks that I'm in your presence once again. I'm a Sekanalo. We glorify Baba Janai with all our hearts and all of our minds. We are definitely thankful to be in the land of the living. Welcome to the Tiger's Temple, honorable family. Your humble servant, Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. And of course, you know, we are honorable because Marcus Messiah Garvey told us that we must honor ourselves. It is he that taught us that we are honorable sons and daughters of the black God in flesh. Even I can recall the first time I went to Bobo Shanti Hill. And I never forget when the good brother, Priest Donovan, at the time he was Prophet Donovan, asked me my name and I told him Kidemi. Never forget that. And he said, who? He said, Kidemi. No, my Lord, you are honorable Prophet Kidemi. You got to honor yourself, my brother. And that's since that time, you know, because you could be humble about it, you know. When we say we're honorable this, it's not because we feel we're better than anyone, you know. Not because we believe that we are the pinnacle of it. No, we say it out of obedience, again, to Marcus Messiah Garvey. And we are encouraging ourselves. He gave us these accolades. And this is to encourage you to live to the best of the ability that is within yourself. So no matter how good you think you are, there's a better you than the you that you know now. Each and every one has a better us, a better me, a better you is still there.
So we are always supposed to strive for that. So when you say you're honorable, that means you're coming with integrity. When you say you're honorable, you're coming with decency. When you say you're honorable, it's royalty and loyalty. When you say you're honorable, that means you got to be honest. You got to be genuine, truthful. So if you can't live up to that, drop the title. You understand? So what it does, it puts all of us, honorable priest this, honorable prophet that, honorable empress you, honorable princess you, and honorable prince him. It puts us all in the position to do better so that we can be royal and loyal in the presence of the Most High. Batajanai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. So once again, your humble servant, Honorable Priest Isaac, here with you. A wonderful sit down that we will be going into at this moment. Of course, you know, we did a program the other day, The Kiss of Death. How many of you saw The Kiss of Death? If you haven't seen The Kiss of Death, please go and check The Kiss of Death. It's one of my favorites, I'm telling you. On the YouTube, a few programs behind, The Kiss of Death. And we really highlighted the kiss that Haile Selassie gave to Queen Elizabeth II. It's more than once, by the way, but the main one, or any one, and the science of the concept of the kiss of death. But anyway, in that lecture, in that presentation, we somewhat breezed over the galactical encounter between the Pope of Rome and Emperor Haile Selassie in the 1970s. Now, of course, many of our new students wanted to know about that. About 7 years ago, maybe 8, a long time, relatively speaking, we did a YouTube video speaking of that encounter. And it would be very easy for me to just either re-upload it or send those who are inquiring about it the link. But I said, no, this is a new time. Let us bring it up once more, refresh the conversation. And that is exactly what we're going to go into. Now, some of you may not believe in this sort of stuff, but I promise you, once you watch this video to the end, I promise you, to use the term, you will be convinced that celestial warfare, galactical warfare is a real thing. And it's happening even amongst us now as we speak. So this is the visitation in the 70s when Haile Selassie I visited the Vatican. Pope Paul VI was the Pope at the time. And the emperor sat with him and had a conversation. And within the conversation, the sparks were flying, fireworks and celestial bombs. And at the same time, even before the king entered the ring, it was as if they were trying to sabotage him. All of this on tape. And you will see this with my explanation without a shadow of a doubt. So this is something that you definitely want to sit in for. And share the information, royal family. Let's not be selfish. Share it. It's not hard to do. On your YouTube vibration, when you press share, all sorts of avenues appear. You want to share it on TikTok. You want to share it on Facebook. You want to share it on LinkedIn. You want to share it on Instagram. Help your brother and share the word. And it's not even your brother, really, you know. This is the mission of the Most High. Those, especially those of you who subscribe to that. You know, sometimes when you say things, you're not really speaking to everyone. You understand? So there are those who don't really listen to you for the word, you know. They just listen to hear what you're saying. They may not be the one I'm speaking to. But those of you who listen to get the word and get the nourishment, and when the conversation is done, you say, boy, this was one of the best, and this was great, and I never knew this, and so forth and so fifth. All right, fair enough. It takes some level of work to bring this knowledge to you, the information, videos, whatever. So the least you can do is share the work. In fact, that's not the least. The least you can do is press that button with the thumbs up. I think everyone can do that. Just press it and it's done. You're over. Just press it. In fact, everyone should have pressed it since I've said press it. Just to press it, that's all. For you not to press the thumbs up, you got to be a real hater. Just press the thumbs up, that's all, brother. Sister, just press it. It helps the video to go further than where it is. That's like sharing. Just press it. It's not hard. Press it, man. Oh my, come on, man. What did I do to you? Just press it. Press it. Well, I never pressed it before. Well, press it for me. The thumbs up. Let's have a record thumbs up video here. Press it and let it go all over the world. But again, sharing it, that speaks volumes, really. When a person would take your URL link and put it on their email agenda and send it on their TikTok links and their feed on Instagram and their whatever it is, they upload it to Facebook and X and LinkedIn again, and wherever you parlay, Clubhouse, wherever you may be, share the link. Royal family. All right, beautiful. Give thanks. And let me just remind you, very important, the 5th of May. How many of you will be in the house with us on the 5th of May? This is very important. We are officially launching the first Ethiopian Tariq history essay competition right here in Ethiopia. Again, I think the best example I can use to even give you an idea is what we would have done for the past 13 years with the African history essay competition, African History Month essay competition. This was in the island of Antigua in the Caribbean. For the past 13 years, we would have gathered gifts, specifically laptops and tablets. Those were always the main gifts, to be used on an educational level. And the gifts were obviously to entice the young children to come forward and write their essay for the competition. We would have catered for children from the age of 7 to 17, and we would have divided them into 3 different sections. I'm talking about throughout the island. So the media aspect was very important, or is very important, because it is a project that is still continuing even though we are in Ethiopia. So at the same time, what we do, the media, I'm talking about marketing and promotion, that is key in anything that you're doing. So we have to do press conferences. The press conference, of course, the media would utilize that for their news report. And then we still have to keep the campaign up with flyers and posters and interviews and social media, of course, as well, and advertisements on both television and radio. I'm telling you what we would have done for the past 13 years. And then there is that campaign where you have to hit the streets and address different companies and organizations and diplomats and ministries, especially the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education, him or her, whatever the case may be at the time. Present your proposal to them. Everything must be well documented, of course, your purpose, your intention. Again, you will be going out to seek sponsorship and assistance to not only get the prizes, but to fund the whole operation. It's more than just the prizes. This is, some of us, we're in a culture, you need some prizes. No, this is a project that has a budget. This is more than prizes. This is why we have a banquet at the end of the essay competition. Just the promotion of it alone usually takes most of the budget. And that is from my experience, because people have to know about it. If no one knows what's going on, well, they don't know what's going on. They don't know even how to answer your question if they didn't hear the question. So you've got to put the question out. Then you will get an answer to the question. So we reach out to different companies, organizations, and individuals who are known for assisting projects like this. We reach out internationally. We would have put grants together, grants literally, grant requests In fact, once we got a very small grant as such that went towards the essay competition in the Caribbean. So it's something that we are accustomed of doing, but the main point is now we're doing it on a bigger scale. We are doing it on a bigger stage. Ethiopia is not a little island of 108 square miles. Ethiopia is not a country with 120,000 people. It has 120 million people or more. So the whole dynamics is different, and we're ready to take up that challenge, you know. So we will be going more into detail as it relates to that on the 5th of May. That's just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, I don't think I went to touch the tip of the iceberg as yet. I'm just kind of whispering something in your ear. I want you to be there on the 5th of May this year so you can hear what we have in store for the Royal Ethiopia Essay Competition, the History Essay Competition. Very good. So, Royal Family, as I said, we will be going into this conversation in the Tiger's Temple, the galactical warfare that took place at the visitation of Haile Selassie I to the Vatican in the 1970s.
To everyone who has been asking, Priest Isaac, how can I make a contribution to the Institute? Press the link in the description and you'll get all the information that you need to do such. We truly appreciate your inquiry. For more information, email priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
Blessed love, Honourable Priest Isaac. It's Sister Beulah here. Just come to share a few words regarding my natal chart, which was recently done. Thank you. But firstly, I have to make mention of the rudiments of ancient astronomy course that I completed, which ultimately woke my heavens to astronomy as a subject as a whole, and the ancient fundamentals of the universe, planets, stars, and all the other beautiful things I'm learning about. Yeah, the spring equinox, real like that. And just the effect that they have on us daily. Why I think it's really important you have some basic knowledge of astronomy before you get your natal chart reading done is so you will understand the straightforward mathematics that goes into the reading that Priest Isaac does for you. The natal chart reading is nothing to be viewed with any taboo or spookism. It just offers an in-depth astrological reading of the heavens at your time of birth. And the way the Honourable Priest Isaac is able to break down the planetary alignments and interpret how they should be showing up through you as an individual is just mind-blowing and accurate to your character. Trust me, it just adds deeper meaning to self. For me personally, getting my natal chart reading done and embarking on the principles of ancient astronomy as an ongoing study daily has been the best thing I could have ever done for me and my children. Rastafari. For these few words, I'm very thankful, and for crossing paths with the Priest Isaac Institute, I will forever be grateful for. Rastafari, Empress Menensil, blessed love. Thank you.
For all those who are planning to be with us in July for the Lion of Judah tour from the 20th to the 29th, we have created a booklet answering all the questions that you would have as it relates to this upcoming tour. The itinerary is also included in the booklet. You can get the booklet in PDF form by emailing us priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. But in the description below the video, you have the link to the digital flipbook version of this booklet. The Lion of Judah tour You get all the information on where we will be going on our events. You have all the information as it relates to the special discounts, the 50%, the 40%, the 30%, and of course the full price, which is still very economical for the grand tour that you will be getting, the marvelous package that we would have put together for this upcoming Lion of Judah tour. So again, press the link in the description below for the online flip book, or email us if you prefer the PDF, Priest Isaac Institute at gmail.com.
All right, royal family, so we begin here. This is the entrance of Haile Selassie I into the Vatican, escorted by some of the cardinals, so he can go and meet Pope Paul VI. All right, very good. Now, as I would have mentioned before, the video is not of the highest quality at all. I've never seen this footage in high quality, and even just reproducing it again to some degree might lessen the quality, but please, Tiger with us. So what we have here, as I said, the entrance to the chambers, we are already in the Vatican, the entrance to the chambers of the Pope of Rome, Pope Paul VI. Now watch this well, royal family. As you can see, His Imperial Majesty and the whole retinue or entourage behind of him, and this individual who we refer to as the Deceiver. He's obviously a high-ranking cardinal. I actually don't know who he is, but he is the one that was the main escort of His Imperial Majesty. And even when they met the Pope at the Pope's door, everyone, had to go away, and he had the privilege of going into the door, obviously, with the emperor. So he is the deceiver. Why? Now, from our observation here, you see the emperor coming straight. Actually, the deceiver actually told him something, and you could see the emperor turning to the right. And then the deceiver, gestured to him that we are going down this way. So this is the strangest thing, royal family. When the emperor turned, you would see this other fella here to the left of the emperor literally try to grab the emperor, in a sense like telling him to please come back. And then the other fellas coming in behind are going to start to look at each other. These are other cardinals. They're going to start to look at each other as if, why is he carrying the emperor that way? And then you're going to see another individual coming from apparently our direction, calling them back. And then you see them turn around and start to come the right way. Now, I don't know what kind of game is that. This ain't no joke. This is Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia. We are in the Vatican. We're going to see the Pope of Rome. You are a high-ranking cardinal. What kind of games you are playing? Watch it, royal family, live. So you see them coming. See, he's looking down and he's telling the emperor, come. In fact, you could see the emperor looked twice and kept coming straight, and he, let's go down this way. Look at it. You see, come down this way with me. And then, okay, let me go. Then you see this other fella reaching out his hand to hold the emperor. What kind of thing is this? This ain't no joke. Bodyguards jump on you right away and pin you down for this. What are you doing? Look at it. And he actually gestures for the emperor to come back. Deceiver. Okay, now look at this. Look at the other fellas. The deceiver is telling them, no, let's go this way. And you would notice that the fella on the left encounters the deceiver. Like, what are you doing, Sam?
It's obvious. Look, you see, watch. He's telling the emperor, come, let's go down. He's looking down. The deceiver is looking down. The emperor sees what he's doing. This is Haile Selassie. But the emperor is still going to continue to come straight, and the deceiver is going to insist. Watch it. Come on, let's go. Then the other fella starts the attempt to grab the king. Then everyone is looking perplexed. What's going on here? Come on, fellas, let's go this way. And the fella on the left is going to encounter the deceiver now. Come on, man, what are you doing? Don't do that. Then, if you notice, someone came from our direction now, telling them, hey, what's going on? Where are you going? Now, let me show you again. Look at it. You will see the person coming from our direction. There he is. And he's asking them, where are you going? Where are you going? The Pope of Rome is waiting for us. He's there in his chambers. You see, the fella coming telling them to come. You're going the wrong direction. So what we're going to do, we're going to look at this again from the top. And you'll clearly see what I'm highlighting to you. The deceiver coming in, and he's looking down the hall. The emperor, come, let's go. This fella tried to hold the emperor. Everyone perplexed. Come on, fellas, let's go. No, deceiver, you're doing the wrong thing. And the new cardinal comes for them. Come, no, you're going the wrong way. He knows that. They all know that. The fella tried to hold the emperor, literally, and tell him, come back. What kind of game is that? Now, that's not funny at all, you know. You don't deal with a regular head of state like this, much more Haile Selassie. Fellas trying to hold him back and telling him, don't go, and people wondering what's going on here, see? Now, they had to turn around. In fact, you can even see the way that the deceiver is coming through the doorway with the emperor. He squeezes through the door. You don't do that. You allow the emperor to pass through, and then you come behind of him. I don't know if he's nervous. I don't know if he's telling the emperor, please don't tell his holiness. I don't know, but look at it good. You see how he squeezes through. Look at that. Look at that. You don't do that. You don't do that. You allow the King of Kings to pass through properly. But maybe because he just made a boo, I don't know what on earth was going on there. So the King of Kings, Haile Selassie, meets the Pope and gives him a gracious bow. I didn't see the Pope bow at all. And then they would go into the room and get into the reasoning. Now, there are a few strange things that stand out about this video. This is one of them. So you can see you have the African delegation here. These are some Ethiopian brothers. And you have the cardinal, I guess, coming to them to tell them, well, they have to keep a certain distance, at least them. But to tell them that, he has to touch up their chests ever so gently. Now, what was that all about? Just to tell the brothers to step back. And you can see he's coming, gliding across the floor. And fellas, please, gentlemen. And then he has to touch their chest. Watch that. You see, look at it. I'm telling you, sweet fella. And then he's going to go back in the corner. You know, strange place. Remember, we are in the Vatican here. All right. Now, I do not speak Italian, but I find it quite interesting that the announcer, the first thing that he says is antics. Antics de el Vaticano, something of the sort. Antics, antics. Now, again, I don't speak Italian. I know these words, these European words, French, Italy, Spanish, English, they tend to have a similar root. That's why sometimes they sound the same. So I don't know what he's saying, but antics, because a lot of antics, I mean, what we just saw a while ago is a geopolitical, diplomatic antics. Anyway, so he says,
Ampex via dal Vaticano, Ampex via dal Vaticano.
All right. And the King of Kings speaks.
በምንመጣበትም ዋናው ምክንያት በብፁዕነቱና በፊትም ከአባቶቹ ጋር ባሉት ሁሉ እንደሚደክሙ ብለን የሁሉም መንፈስና ሀሳብ በዚህ ይሆናል ብለን ተስፋ ስለምናደርግ ነው።
Now I find this part quite interesting. Just the look that the Pope of Rome is giving. Actually, the emperor is speaking and he paused for a moment and the Pope just looks upon him a very interesting way, somewhat. Check it for yourself.
የሁሉም መንፈስና ሀሳብ በዚህ ይሆናል ብለን ተስፋ ስለምናደርግ ነው።
And I also know Freemasonry is a very weird thing, I mean, they express themselves in some very subliminal ways. So I don't know if this is a mistake or this is purposely done. But if you notice now, the fella behind the Pope with his bow tie, he is so perfectly situated that it makes it look as if the Pope has, a little girl has a bow tie on her head, in her hair. It looks as if the Pope has a bow tie right here on the top of his head, with the angle that the camera is giving us and the fella that is standing behind him. Very serious stuff. Now, this we're not trying to mock him, We're just showing you the reality. This is celestial warfare taking place here, whether an individual sees it or not.
Of the wish and the command of the Almighty.
Now, what I like about that, the wish and the command of the Almighty, yes, but this part of the speech, now, that's the interpreter now speaking, Haile Selassie. He is speaking now. And he's giving you the interpretation of the king's speech. And this aspect of the speech now, this is in English, so that the Pope can understand. The emperor is saying, we in Ethiopia and Italy would have had some unfortunate moments in the past. Now, when he says that, I don't know who would have coughed, but someone literally coughed, like, and the thing is, just before he let out that cough, there was a slight, cough before that, just a slight thing, as the emperor started to say. But I mean, when you look at the full visitation, the speeches were given in absolute silence. But when the emperor highlighted that Ethiopia and Italy had some unfortunate moments in the past, then you heard the fella just, well, again, let me be clear. I'm not sure who would have coughed, but I would not doubt that it was one of the members of the clergy, one of the members of the Vatican squad. I mean, this is celestial warfare. Listen to how the emperor puts it.
The relation between the Republic of Italy and Ethiopia, as is well known, has had some unfortunate moments. But the time
is past now. The relationship between Italy and Ethiopia would have had some unfortunate moments, and then the fella cough. But the time has passed now.
It is therefore a high time in the world must join effort, mighty. The relation between the Republic of Italy and Ethiopia, as is well known, has had some unfortunate moments. But the time has passed now. The books. Since the time has changed, the unfortunate circumstances that created our difficulty with the state of Italy have changed.
Now, this is an interesting part now, as the emperor is highlighting, since times have changed. The difficulties that was caused between us and Italy, these circumstances has changed. Now, this is, from my listening to this speech, this is the second time he brings this up. The other time was when the fella coughed. So he's bringing this up again. And why I'm highlighting this, because we're going to go into some serious galactical warfare right here. And it's interesting that the emperor brings up the war between Italy and Ethiopia in his speech. And he actually gives a serious deep breath when that part comes up. And then he's going to go on to speak about peace. And then he's going to say that this was clearly shown with the cordial reception that was given to me. I want you to follow this. With the cordial reception that was given to me. All of this in about 2-3 sentences. Now, when the king says cordial reception, at that very same time, he is going to make the Trinity sign with his hands, what most of us refer to as the Trinity. When the emperor puts the pointer fingers together and the thumbs together and makes that symbol with his hand, that famous Rastafari symbol that we use when we even pray. And when the emperor does that, follow me good, this ain't no joke. You can see the emperor target his fingers towards the Pope because they are pointed in his direction. And as the same time that he literally makes that symbol with his hands, you will see the Pope of Rome literally release his hands slowly and somewhat, as if trembling, to hold on to the arms of his chair. Now, you may think I'm just playing with this, but again, we're not going to run the whole interview or conversation with you. You can go and watch it for yourself. But as the Pope was sitting, this is the Pope of Rome, as he was listening to the emperor, he was just humbly, sitting down and looking on, if humble is the word you want to use. But anyway, his hands were like that all of the time. And it is only when the emperor makes that symbol with his hand that you see the Pope begin to move. And again, listen, the context that it is in. Again, the emperor brings up a second time the war between Italy and Ethiopia. This is celestial warfare, diplomatic as well, geopolitical, but we're in the celestial realms, a different dimension taking place here. So the key word that you are listening for is reception. Let's follow this.
An era of cooperation unfortunate circumstances that created our difficulty with the state of Italy have changed. We have re-established peace. An era of cooperation and mutual respect has been restored.
Listen good.
This has been amply manifested in the last few days.
Now, watch his hands. This is the emperor's hands here, right here. Look, you see the Pope hands here. As you see, the Pope hands are together. The emperor hand is around his sword. Just, fingers within fingers, interlaced as such. And the Pope, in a somewhat similar way, has his hands together. The emperor is going to look down. He's going to literally look down on his hands and make the symbol. And as he makes the symbol, is as if some sort of electrical current flew across the room and hit the Pope, and you'll see the Pope release his hands right away. Watch it and listen for the cue. Cordial reception.
By the cordial reception that has been accorded to me by the government and the president of the government of Italy and the president of the Italian Republic.
Watch again, you'll see again.
Difficulty
cordial reception
with the state of Italy have changed. We have re-established peace. An era of cooperation and mutual respect has been restored.
King's hands.
This has been amply manifested in the last few days.
He looks down.
By the cordial reception that has been accorded to me.
Moves his hands.
By the government and the president of the government of Italy and the president of the Italian Republic.
Now, remember, this is masonry taking place here on a level 2. Now, straight up, the symbol the emperor makes, people consider that a Masonic symbol. But anyway, my point is, this fella here is known as the rocker. I can't go through all of that right now, but if you watch the video, for the whole video, he's rocking to and fro. Just rocking back and forth. Well, anyway, when the emperor makes that symbol, he actually sticks. When I say stick, all of the time he rocking, and he sticks for a moment. And you see him tilt his head and look at the emperor's symbol. That's why I highlight masonry. Remember, these fellas are studied in this stuff. So when they see certain movements, hey, he made the symbol. I was looking for that all day. He made the symbol. He made the symbol. Look, Fred, he made the symbol. But anyway, they won't do that because they got to be humble. So he's rocking. He's in perfect view. When the emperor makes the symbol, he sticks just for a moment. This is just my observation. And he somewhat looks on it, and then he rises his head in a tilt towards the sky. Check it out.
We have re-established peace. An era of cooperation and mutual respect has been restored. This has been amply manifested in the last few days.
Cordial reception.
Cordial
reception
that has been accorded to me by the government and the president of the government of
looks over what his head and he looks up.
Of the Italian Republic.
As if to contemplate. Family, remember, it's an energy passing through here, Listen to the interpreter. Now, Haile Selassie, which is the interpreter, is usually clean. When the emperor does the symbol and the Pope releases his hands and starts to feel, you can see how the Pope's hands are feeling for the chair arms. Haile Selassie, as he's reading the interpretation, he just makes a slight mistake, just a little mistake, something about the president and the government, or the government and the president of the republic, just a little mistake. But when something catches your eye, when you're supposed to be concentrating, or when an energy is passing through the room, I feel something. This is galactical warfare here. Listen to Haile Selassie, and you see when he kind of trips just a bit, no disrespect to the king, Haile Selassie at all. Because you see, that's Haile Selassie. He's telling you what the man say. So we can say, the man say, and the man say, well, this is what the man say, Haile Selassie. That's what the man say, Haile man say. His interpreter is telling you what the man say. Listen to the use here where he makes a slight mistake.
This has been amply manifested in the last few days.
At a cordial reception.
Cordial reception that has been accorded to me by the government and the president of Italy and the president of the Italian Republic.
The government, the president, the government of Italy, just a little thing, nothing big, but just to show you how that action shook up the room. This ain't no joke, when you see royalty and these things come through, even on the regular realms. Sorry to use this example in a sense, but look at King Charles busting through the United States of America now. Everyone is looking at his every move. That's how it is with royalty. So even on just the royalty level, just that level alone, Haile Selassie beyond that. And these people know that. On the God level, on the legend level, the whole works. They're looking for every move, every scratch, every turn, every word. And that's the emperor symbol. And he has made it for the day. And he makes it now. And the Holy Father releases his grip. And the rocker, the witness, stops rocking and looks up into the sky. Even the interpreter fumbles a bit in his interpretation. You think we're playing around? King of Kings. Listen one more time.
A few days by the cordial
reception
that has been accorded to me and the president of the government of Italy and the president of the Italian Republic.
We get quiet.
As I said earlier, conflict between men is perhaps inevitable.
And listen to that. As I said earlier, conflict between men is perhaps inevitable. That's the emperor's words. Wow.
La volonté de Dieu que lors de la Constitution on est.
All right, royal family. Now, again, galactical warfare. The Pope now is reading his speech. He's reading he's busting it in French here. And everyone, the fellow with the bow tie above him, the rocker is still rocking, the deceiver looking on. The emperor, as you could see here, is somewhat fixing his gloves and somewhat aligning them. Now, the emperor has his sword right here. I don't know if you're supposed to bring weapons into the Vatican, but the emperor has his sword. And as I said, the rocker is rocking. Look at the rocker rocking going, and the Pope is reading his speech. Now, what is going to happen here? The next time that the emperor goes for his gloves, the emperor is going to tug on his gloves. Now, remember, he just put the gloves in order, and he's going to tug on the gloves. And when the emperor tugs on the glove, the sword is going to jump. I believe the rocker picked that up too. But the sword is going to jump. And when the sword jumps, the Pope is going to, he's reading it. And when the sword jumps, the Pope is going to say, no joke. I don't want to compare the Pope with our good brother Haile Selassie. But in the same way that Haile Selassie kind of had a little trip when he was reading the interpretation, is the same way. But this is more on an attack level, as if he got stabbed with the sword. I'm telling you, because actually the word that he is going to read is Addis Ababa. And when the emperor pulls his glove and the sword jumps, it may appear as if it was a mistake, like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. And the sword flicks in the Pope's direction, and the Pope, while reading, says, Addis Ababa, check it for yourself. And the rocker is rocking.
Ce soir était réservé la satisfaction d'accueillir un représentant permanent de votre pays auprès du Saint-Siège.
Okay, hold on. Now you see the emperor holds the glove again. I mean, come on, man. Ready, aim, fire. And you see, although again the video is not the best, the tip of the sword is down here on the floor. The emperor is going to pull his glove and the sword is going to whip, and the Pope is going to say,
Lui-même voulut se faire représenter à Addis Abeba. Lui-même voulut se faire représenter à Addis Abeba. Lui-même voulut se faire représenter à Addis Abeba.
You see the king pull the sword.
Lui-même voulut se faire représenter à Addis Abeba.
Represented.
Lui-même voulut se faire représenter à Addis Abeba en 1955 lors du 20.
And the rocker look up again. Galactical warfare. Sign up today for the Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy course and take advantage of our 50% off. The 50% discount is for a limited time, and you will receive the full course for only $99.99 United States dollars. The Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy, professionally done. The graphics are definitely top-notch. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. Designed for the mature mind and also for the young thinker. Sign up today for the Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy course and take advantage of our 50% off. The 50% discount is for a limited time, and you will receive the full course for only $99.99 United States dollars. The Rudiments of Ancient Astronomy, professionally done. The graphics are definitely top-notch. Email us priestisaacInstitute@gmail.com. Designed for the mature mind and also for the young thinker.
Honorable Priest Isaac here, and I'm here with Brother Nakaya Yahawasha. And of course, how you felt about the tour, the different places we visited, the different parks, museums, churches, the Christ Mass. Give us your experience, my Lord.
Yeah, man, and bless up, Isaac Institute, for coordinating, this year, necessary and full occasion, wherein I got the opportunity now, guidance and safety and security, to be able to forward here, into this year, I grounds, motherland, Ethiopia itself, and to touch in Ethiopia and also to touch in very, very sacred grounds, such as the King's Palaces, because now I am, multiple palaces where the King, resided, meeting grounds, clothes that the King would wear himself, so to touch on these different areas, go to the museums, also to the national, institutes, as well as, the space, program to see what's going on as well. Ancient, traditional Ethiopia, as well as where Ethiopia is heading for the future. Definitely. Iman, is personally encouraging Iman self to return here and making the necessary preparations to come forward to be here. So it's not just a dream but a reality. So I can continue to learn, because there's no way, there's so much to learn. There's no way to learn and compact everything in just one tour. So I is looking forward for the future tours, not just the next tour, but the tours up on top of the tours, up on top of the tours.
Building.